activities you can do in Mar del Plata, like outdoors activities. You can surfing, sailing, you can trekking, play golf. You have a lot of variety of kind of activities you can do. Then we have cultural activities. You could visit museums, theaters, cinema. And for me, the most funny is that Mar del Plata have a beautiful nightlife, such as pubs, nightclubs, and casinos. Be careful with the casino, please. So now I don't want to speak more. I want to show you a short video of Mar del Plata city. The same. This is with sound. This is my city. Well, to finish my Mar del Plata, oh yeah. Well, to finish my presentation, I would like to say that we have all conditions to be hosts to carry out an event of this magnitude, and we'll be love to be your host and spending enjoyable time together. So, not again. Thank you very much for your attention. We are waiting for you. I don't know. Thank you all. Yes, of course.
Any questions? Any questions from the audience? Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for that presentation. My name is Roger, by the way.
Hello, Roger.
From Norway. Could you say something about the climate when we are going to do this
club
meeting
night?
there?
Do you want the club night? It's the most important thing. No, we have a lot of kind of club nights, and you can enjoy it, enjoy all the time. I'm sure. Yeah. Culture, museum, theaters.
Temperature.
Sorry, again?
He was asking about temperature.
Temperature. Well, we would like to propose April, May. We have a good weather in those dates. But someone from here, I'm not going to say the name, told me that it's most enjoyable time if we choose April. So the weather is going to be really, really good. No, that's May. 17 degrees. But now, in April, maybe you have 20, 21, 23 degrees.
So during that time for this meeting, I know Argentina has a very good rugby team. Do you have any rugby activities on at that time?
Yeah, we have a rugby activity. A colleague of us, he works in our fishing gears group. He's a professor in a Mar del Plata club rugby. So if you want, we can take you to show some rugby match.
Yeah, Bo has his priorities wrong. We want to know about the fishing industry. What fishing industry do you have in the general area, please?
Okay, in Mar del Plata we have all the fishing industry. We have vessel fishing, shrimp fishing, squid fishing, hake fishing. We have the process of fresh and fish. We have the anchovy. We have in the institute we have a different program of research programs that study all the resources of the Argentinian Sea. For example, we have the shrimp program, squid program, pelagic program, and crab program. We have all the programs, and we have for those programs different industries. But all are located in Mar del Plata and other provinces or cities. But in Mar del Plata we have all. Ricardo? Okay, yeah. I have to say my boss is remember me that Mar del Plata is the most important port in Argentina. It's not a minor date, but yeah, it's true. Mar del Plata is where we have the most high captures of all the fleets. Yeah, it's true. Thank you, Ricardo. So I'm sure that you are going to enjoy all. Working in Mar del Plata and spend enjoyable time. Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you, Silvana.
Yeah, good question. No? You support.
Yeah, from the Red Seed, we are very happy and welcome the meeting, the proposal of the meeting at Mar del Plata, and we can also collaborate. And we are looking the meeting as an opportunity for an in-presence meeting of the network.
Yeah.
And for the question about the fisheries, almost 900 vessels, the Argentine fishery.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So there is the chairs are putting a motion on the floor, Robert's Rules of Order, that we propose to travel to Argentina April-May 2027 for the FTFB, annual FTFB meeting. That's the motion on the floor. If you're a member or a chair-invited member, this is your chance to vote. So this is a chance to raise your hand. I'm going to ask 3 questions. Those in favor, those opposed, and anybody abstaining. Are you ready? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. You can. Anybody opposed? Anybody like to abstain? I think we have consensus. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and start the behavior session now. We'll get our moderator to come on down.
Yeah, I have the agenda. It's going, it's connected. Okay. Good morning. Okay, perfect. Hi all, I'm Gabriele Di Bona. I will be the moderator of the Catch Behavior session. I'm a postdoc researcher here at Mazara for the National Research Council. So I will invite the speaker to stick for the 15 minutes. We have 12 minutes for presenting, then almost 3 minutes for the question. And just try, for the question, try to be clear when you ask your question and also present yourself. So I will invite the first speaker, that is Kunita. She will talk about herding of Antarctic krill. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonita Carlson from DTU Aqua in Denmark. I'm going to present this work that has been done by PhD student Laura Gjernes from DTU Aqua. It has been done together with colleagues in DTU Aqua, Ludvig and Bent and Stefan and Asbjørn, and in a collaboration with Bjørn Kraft at IMR in Bergen. So the Antarctic commercial krill fishery is conducted with midwater otter and beam trawls, and those gears are of different mesh sizes. It is conducted, the fishery is conducted in traditional trawl techniques, but also with the continuous trawl techniques in recent years, where you pump the catch directly from the gear and onto the vessel. And this has increased catches, as you can see with the blue bars, over the last decade, up to a peak in 2020 of 450,000 tons. So the blue bars represent the catches taken in Area 48, which is indicated in the green area on the map. And that's where most of the catches are taken, as you can see. So this is from the ChemLAR report from 2023, and ChemLAR is similar to ICES, just for the Antarctic area. So the trawls used in the Antarctic krill fishery use different types of mesh sizes. This is an example of a trawl gear that use very small meshes throughout. So you can see in the circles of the top panel and side panels, in the front part it's 6 millimeters, but the rest of the trawl is 4.5 millimeters. Some other gears are large mesh sizes in the beginning and continuously reducing mesh sizes throughout. So this is from a Norwegian trawl vessel down there from the time when the data for this study was conducted. So Kraft and co-workers, they have published a paper from observations in the mouth of a trawl, of a midwater microplankton survey beam trawl, and they used acoustic methods and a transceiver, which is the yellow VBAT that they placed on the beam of the trawl in the front, and they had 2 narrowband split beam transducers, one 70 kilohertz and 80-degree beam placed just behind the headline at location B in one configuration, and the other configuration, this transducer was placed at location C at the bottom facing up with a 333 kilohertz 7-degree transducer pointing down. And these observations and fishery was conducted off South Orkney Islands, shown on the map there. So what they could see from their observations when they were looking at vertical distribution of krill biomass as measured as nominal backscattering showed at the x-axis and down the depth in the trawl shown by the y-axis, they could see that most of the krill was centered into the vertical middle of the trawl. So this was shown in the first configuration where the 70 kilohertz facing down, 14 holes, and you had a similar pattern in the configuration with 6 holes when you have used both transducers, the 333 kilohertz facing down and the 70 kilohertz facing up. So we were wondering whether this distribution, centering the krill in the middle, was due to some kind of herding of the krill. So that's why we wanted to use the same data that was collected by Kraft et al., but use a target tracking methodology to look at individual krill to see, first of all, if krill could be sufficiently identified and tracked to a level where we could get small-scale individual behavior out of it, so we could explore that. We wanted to look if the krill were actively moving or if they were passively displaced by the water flow, and if they had an if they were actively moving, if they had certain directions or differences in swimming speed depending on the directions. So the next step would then be to see if krill actually avoided the netting panels in a pattern that leads to a herding effect towards the middle of the trawl body. So we took the observations and in the trawl mouth and we divided into depth zones. Here you can see examples of echo sounders. Data is an echogram, and you can see the red lines are the top panel on top and the bottom panel in the bottom. The blue lines or squares represent the depth zones that we categorize. So you have a depth zone from the top panel, above center, center, and below center for the 70 hertz 70 kilohertz transducer facing up, looking towards the top panel, and vice versa for the 333. We had the above center, center, below center, and the bottom panel depth zones. So we used the tracking algorithm in a software that's called LSSS that are used by acousticians to look at biomass data, but also have tracking facilities. So to identify individual krill, we use the target strength, which is the echoes from objects in the water mass, and we put that into a threshold to identify the individual krills. And then we had different parameters for the tracking itself, so for tracking initiation, data association, for terminating the tracking, and for track rejection. So these are examples of individual krill tracks after we did corrections for the angle of the transducer on the netting and also for the towing speed. So we didn't analyze the whole tracks. Instead, an observation was a displacement vector between two consecutive observations, or ping, in a track, as illustrated here on the track. So to look at direction, we had different directional groups that we categorized. So the blue area is when the krill swims upwards, the orange areas when they swim downwards, and the gray areas when they swim horizontally. And as you can see, the 0 degree is kind of flipped what it normally is in mathematics. And this is to illustrate that the 0 degree is when the krill is swimming in the towing direction. And as gear technologies usually want to have the gear towards the left and not to the right, it's confusing, so we flipped the geometry. So the dark areas are where the swim is swimming forward, and the light colors are when they're swimming backwards. So this is some information about the 6 hull that had the double transducer configuration. And as you can see, we had different towing durations. Some of the hulls were during the night and the others 2 were during the day. We had a different number of tracks with a different transducer frequencies and over the hulls as well. So in total for the 70 kilohertz transducer, we had 158 tracks and 150 observation approximately. For the 333, we had 264 tracks and 1,220 observations approximately. So these are the results, and when we take into consideration that the blue areas when the fish were the krill was swimming upward, that constituted 160 degrees out of the 360 degrees available. So that means if we had 44% of the krill swimming upwards, we would consider that as an even distribution of swimming direction, so that they would have no preference for any swimming direction. So taking that into account, we had a 0.44 baseline that we evaluated the data against. So if we look at the first panel with the transducer looking up to the top panel, on the x-axis you have the depth zone and you have the proportions on the y-axis. So all the way to the right for the top panel figure, you have the top panel depth zone, and you can see there is a tendency that is not significant for the krill to swim downwards away from the panel. And the blue indicate that you have a significant fewer krill swimming upwards towards the panel. For the above center depth zone and the center depth zones, they are equally distributed swim equally in all directions. So for the other transducer looking down at the bottom panel, if you look again all the way to the right, close to in the bottom panel depth zones, you can see that we had significantly more krill swimming upwards away from the bottom panel and significantly less krill swimming downwards towards the bottom panel. We also had in the below center depth zones more krill less swimming towards the panel, and the other results are more equally swimming in all directions. So in the center zone, the krill are swimming in all directions. So if you look at the horizontal, in the horizontal directions, we had only 40 degrees that we were defined as horizontal out of the 360, and that gave a baseline of 0.11. So if you look at the gray dots and the gray baseline, you could see that we only had significant results that for some reason krill swim more horizontally in the above center and below center depth zone. So that result was the same for the 2 transducers. For the swimming speed, the overall swimming speed in the different depth zones, we could not see any difference in depth zones for the swimming speed. Overall, if we divided that into the swimming horizontally and vertically, we could see and note here that the red line is not the baseline, it's just put in for an easy visualization, visual comparison. So it's not a statistical line, but you can see here that across depth zones we don't have any differences in horizontal swimming speed, and that's the same for both transducers. And similarly, for the vertical direction, you cannot see any differences between depth zones for any of the transducers when the krill was swimming in the vertical direction. Although we had some differences for some reason in between the two transducers, we don't really know what the cause of that is yet. So in conclusion, the two transducers that were current mirror imaging of each other, they show the same movement patterns of the krill. The krill tend to swim away from the netting panels when they were close to them, and when they came into the middle, they swam in all directions. So this demonstrates that there indeed was a herding effect into the trawl center, and when it came to the swimming direction, it was the same no matter where they were placed in the trawl between the depth zones. So this shows that we can use single target tracking to obtain information on individual behavior in conditions where cameras are not so useful. That means in dark and turbid waters. And this information can be used to better understand the capture process and also evaluate the effect of gear modification and inform sustainable gear development. In this case, it could be to open up the meshes a bit more to reduce drag, and then to see whether the herding effect is still there or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. Does anyone have some question? Okay.
My name is Harald Reynason from Iceland. Thank you very much. Very interesting. I'm wondering if you have tried to use ATCP to track the current nearby the panels and in the center, if that is affecting the behavior?
Yeah, well, the water current would be interesting to have some information on. Unfortunately, we don't have it for this data. We have tried to get this type of information in similar studies on fish, and that shows that when you have fish accumulating in the trawl, that kind of obscure the data, so you can actually see the data on the fish. You can observe the fish, so you cannot get good recordings of the water current because the fish is in the way. That's what I was going to say, yeah.
Yes, I remember that there was some.
So it's not so easy, but I would really like to have some current data on these things.
Hi, Jonita. Thank you for a very nice presentation. My name is Roger. I come from Norway. This is a very good, fun example on how we can use acoustics for tracing behavior. It's amazing what you did. But I have two questions.
Not me, the PhD student.
Sorry?
My PhD student did the tracking of the data. Yeah. I don't know how to do that.
Okay. But could you answer why are you using two frequencies, and so different frequencies, to study the behavior, and how was the swimming speed measured by pinging acoustic signals?
So the transducers, different transducers was used. They were used alternately, and it was a decision made by Kraft and co-workers doing that. If you want to have data simultaneously, you want to reduce acoustic interference, but because they were used alternately, I don't know really why they use different frequencies. It could be because the different frequencies have different resolutions, and then you can have some different type of information potentially. But these were both narrowband acoustics, split beam acoustics. So it would be nice to have broadband information, because then you can actually see more orientation of the krill as well, and have some more detailed information. Yeah.
Daniel Staputis, Germany. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. I have a question, in fact, related to what Halli said. We have discussed quite often about how to measure the flow, the water flow in the current or in the gear. Is there anybody who has a device to measure the flow? In ADCP would be an option, but small logger or something to measure on different places the water speed in the trawl? It would be very helpful. If so, just raise your hand and let us know. Oh yeah, Halli, super. We talked. Yes, super good.
Yeah, and I think Barry in our group is doing things on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Yep. I would like to invite Francisco Flores to take the floor. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, very well. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Francisco Flores. I'm a PhD student in Germany at the Tuning Institute of Baltic Sea Fisheries. I just started in January working on the Krangon fishery, the brown shrimp. It's one of the main fisheries in the North Sea. And the main problem, as with many other shrimp species, is that it is caught using trawlers, and this implies, as you all know, a lot of bycatch. Now the fuel prices are going up, and as many other researchers, we are looking at alternatives. And with this, we look, like, again, many others we were seeing yesterday, at passive gear. This is how this project was born, the Technological Research for Alternative Passive Shrimping, or traps. Of course, we are going to also be looking at other possibilities like stonets or maybe something else, but we wanted to start with pots, studying pots. And like you know, there are an infinite amount of things you can optimize to increase catch in pots. We were thinking of playing with light attraction, studying different pot entrances, shapes, soaking times. But first we said, okay, let's first put some pots at sea and see what we get. And from there we can start thinking and try and optimize that. But we went to build these first few pots, and we realized that we didn't know what material to use, what mesh size to use in these pots. So we looked at the references. Of course, this is not a fishery. No one uses pots to catch this shrimp, so there is no information about this. And we looked at other shrimp species, for example. In many cases, the mesh size for shrimp pots is not regulated. And when it is, sometimes it's not based on any studies, just a random number someone assigns. And the few studies about pot selectivity for a shrimp often imply taking pots at sea, working pots that we didn't have to begin with, and then deploying a lot of them, going several days at sea, and then getting a lot of data and analyzing. Of course, we didn't have these working pots, so we had to think of a different, an alternative experiment to determine the most optimal mesh size. Ideally, something we could do in a tank. But in Rostock, where our institute is, we don't have easy access to live shrimp, and it's also a bit far from the North Sea. But luckily, we had this cruise coming up on Solea, and we had the opportunity in just 1 month to build all the materials we needed to get everything ready very, very quickly. And we took some tanks on board to perform the experiments on Solea in the North Sea. The setup was very straightforward. We had 2 tanks divided into 4 compartments each, so a total of 8 compartments. And we 3D printed these cages that I forgot them in my room, but I will take them later down so you can take a look. And we had these 6 different mesh sizes, all square-shaped from 4 to 9 millimeters. And then we included a 15 by 15 to use as a control. Then Pique suggested, why don't you also include 6 by 50 millimeters to try a different shape and see how it goes? So we did, and we also included it, and I will show in a second how it went. The experiment was very simple. We would fill the tanks, of course, with water. We didn't leave them empty. And we would put the shrimp inside, close the cage, and put each cage in a different compartment. We would leave it there for 12 hours, and after we would recapture the shrimp that were still inside the cage and the ones that were swimming freely in the tank. We would then measure them manually and build our selectivity curves. We did this for 5 days, and we measured more than 5,000 shrimp, which was a lot. Here you might be thinking, why would a shrimp want to get out of the cage, right? It's like the joke. Why did the shrimp cross the mesh to get to the other side? We, of course, we couldn't answer this, but the thing is that shrimp, as soon as the cage got in contact with the water, they started living through all sides, top, bottom, and all the sides. And after 12 hours, this mesh I said that was bigger, the 15 by 15, was completely empty. So this gave us a pretty good indication that the shrimp had had enough time to live as long as they were small enough to fit through the mesh. But now you might be having a very valid question. You say, okay, yeah, they are leaving the mesh, they are swimming in this very small compartment. What's keeping the shrimp from re-entering the cage? So we did another test. The setup was exactly the same as for the main experiment, but after these 12 hours, we would take the cage out and empty the shrimps that were retained, leaving only 5 of them that were clearly too big to escape. Then we would close the cage and put it back in its compartment, where all the shrimp that had previously escaped were still swimming freely. We would wait then another 12 hours, but this time we were checking every hour if any of the shrimp that were swimming freely had re-entered the pot. And we didn't see any re-entry in these 12 hours. We waited 4 more just to be sure, and we didn't see any re-entry. Of course, this doesn't mean there is no re-entry at all. There might be, but it's definitely a good indication that if there is any re-entry, it's not biasing our results too much. The data we got was pretty solid. This is the 9 by 9 millimeter mesh first. As expected, small shrimp always escaped, and the bigger ones were always retained, and then there were some in between. We got our selectivity pod with a logistic model that fitted very well our data, and then did the same for the different meshes we had. I haven't included the 4 by 4 and the 15 by 15 because the 4 by 4 retained all the shrimp, so we couldn't really have a curve, and the same for the 15 by 15. All the shrimp escaped, so we didn't include that model. And seeing that the logistic models were fitting so well and we got this very good data, we said, why don't we now create a big model using all this data to predict L50 for all the mesh sizes? And so we did. The L50, by the way, is the shrimp length at which there is a 50% retention probability for any given mesh size. The data, like you see, was very solid, so it was very easy to fit a very good model. And this is exactly what we were after in the beginning. We wanted to have this tool for future pod making. For example, now if we say we want to build a pod with an L50 of 50 millimeters, which is the minimum commercial size of Crangon. We just come to our model and just we know that we should use a 7.5 millimeter mesh. Of course, we can also do the same model for an L75, an L25. We can just come back to this model every time we need to make any adjustments. But now, going back to this figure, let's take a look at the 6 by 6 millimeters. Remember how I said that Pique had suggested to use a 6 by 50 millimeter mesh? We did, and the results were also very interesting. Not only the L50 was 10 millimeters longer, which is already a lot, but the selection range was a lot more narrow. And of course, we cannot be sure what causes this, but observing the shrimp in the cage while we were doing the experiments, we saw that it was very common to see some shrimp that were clearly small enough to fit through the mesh, but still they couldn't get through. There was probably some physiological limitation, some behavioral component keeping the shrimp from passing, but they were trying and trying and trying for hours, and they couldn't get out. Probably with the longer mesh, this thing with the legs didn't happen, and they could get out more easily. So using the long mesh, we were reducing this behavioral component and making it again a matter of size, a more physical selection, and therefore a better selection and more narrow selection range. This has also been observed in a different species. The individual clearly fits through an opening, but there is some behavioral component, right, probably related to the legs, keeping it from passing. Now, jokes aside, this is a very interesting observation because it highlights the limitations of fall-through experiments, or at least highlights the importance of being very careful when doing fall-throughs, because you can very easily overlook these tiny behavior details. In the future, we would still like do some fall-through experiments to standardize a fall-through protocol. And ideally, this summer, we would like to go at sea with pods, if we manage to make some, to see if the results we get at sea match our prediction with the model. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. Thank you for the interesting presentation. Have any question?
Okay. Yes. The microphone. Yes.
Oh, sorry. You used some different mesh sizes for this one. How would you believe that the color of the grid would affect?
Yeah, that's very interesting. We didn't think of that. This was the 3D printed material that we had available. But it is still unknown if they can actually see color, Krangon. They have different sensibilities to different wavelengths, but we don't know if they can recognize color or they just perceive different intensities from different wavelengths. But yeah, it would be interesting to test it.
So to rephrase, what color would you like your pots to be in?
Probably the cheapest. But yeah, we would have to test it. In some shrimp species, it has been seen that yellow seems to work better, but that was for Panemus. We cannot know for sure for Krangon. That would take many more experiments, but it's very interesting.
Thank you. Great talk, by the way.
Any other question?
Hi, I was just wondering, do you know what mesh size they use in active shrimp pot fisheries?
Active shrimp pot?
Do they use shrimp pots elsewhere, and if so, what mesh size do they use?
Oh, you mean like, yeah. It depends. For example, in Spain, I think the mesh size, well, it's a different species of shrimp, of course, but I think it's 14 millimeters. Maybe someone can correct me. In many areas, it's not limited. There's just no regulation because it's not a very big fishery. But we definitely cannot use, like many people in many countries, they just use the troll mesh limitations, also apply them to pots. And of course, the results are completely different. For this experiment, we were trolling during the day to get the shrimp and then doing the experiments at night. And the troller had a cotton of 14 millimeters. And we were still catching shrimp enough to escape from a 5 millimeter mesh in the experiment. So we cannot compare. It's two different worlds. When the shrimp can take 12 hours to find its way through the mesh, the thing changes a lot.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other question? Okay, I just want to ask something for curiosity.
Yes.
Have you ever observed some density effect in the escape ratio from the video? So like when there were less shrimps because they were escaping from the cage, actually the escape ratio was increasing or decreasing?
No, we thought of having some video monitoring to control for this, but the water was very turbid. We did this in the North Sea, we couldn't, and we decided to skip that, leave that for another experiment. It would be very interesting also to know the most ideal soaking time for pot fishing. But we didn't have the opportunity to check that. But it's also very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to invite Nathalie Jacques. She will talk about understanding fish behavior in relation to sorting grids. Thank you. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Nadine Jakes. I am currently finishing up my PhD research at the university in Tromsø. And I'd like to share a little bit with you about what we've been researching the last years. So I'm looking into understanding the fish behavior in relation to sorting grids. So in the Barents Sea, it's where we're at today, and there we have a mandatory sorting grid as well as cod-in regulations in place. We're fishing for cod, haddock and saithe, and we have several bycatch species. Today I'm just focusing on the redfish. As well as that, we have different minimum landing sizes. So that, of course, adds an extra layer of complexity we need to keep in mind, as well as morphological differences and behavioral differences that we are taking a deep dive in today. So, as we're aware of, suboptimal sorting efficiency is the problem at hand. We're trying to increase the steepness of that selection curve to reduce the loss of target-sized fish, as well as keeping those undersized individuals out of the cod end and the bycatch species. Just to remind you, this is the configuration with the sort V grid you see in the top right there. Fish swim aft, or they're moving aft in the trawl. They come into contact with the grid, and ideally, two processes need to take place. First, they come into physical contact, and then they need to be oriented in an efficient way to be able to pass through if they're small enough. They pass through the opening in the top of the trawl, and the large individuals should be pushed downwards and into the cod end. So behavior was the final kind of component. There's been a lot of research with this gear type, but we're still not achieving that steep selection curve. So we really need to understand this final element of behavior to try and answer these critical questions for ourselves. So we need a deeper understanding of what's going on. Just to take a step back, today I'd like to present two different investigations we've done. First, an indirect approach, and then with a direct approach. So, of course, with this indirect thinking, we can use, for example, models, and these have assumptions, which, if the model is providing a good explanation of the data, those assumptions can, with behaviors involved, can tell us a little bit of maybe what's going on. But we don't know for sure, since it's indirect, right? So we can also then do a direct approach, where we really just look at it directly, we quantify those behaviors, and then we can know for sure what's going on. Of course, in our case, we're fishing at very deep, in very deep water environment. There's no light. We need to use some light. So that is something we kept in mind here. But we do need to just take a look at those behaviors to know what's going on. So first, starting out with the indirect approach. Here we use a fall-through methodology, so taking place in the lab. It's indirect in the sense that we're making some assumptions about the behavior, but it's simultaneously has a direct component of using that morphology as it's passing through. So to give a bit more detail, first we had our sea trial data that we're trying to reproduce. So if we can reproduce that data, again, maybe that's telling us something about potentially what's going on. The fall-through experiments contained 5 different contact modes, So firstly, head first contact, then turn by 90 degrees head first, dorsal contact, lateral contact, and then ventral contact. On top of that, we also thought about squeezing. So can that help us understand the largest sizes that are able to escape through that grid? So we have two options for squeezing. Either they're not squeezing or they are. And then that gave us 10 different predictive models. All of that data, don't think about the plots specifically so much, it's just to visualize it. All of that data can be collated to give us those predictive models, and then these kinds of models were applied to the upper, medium, and lower variation in bar spacing that we saw with the grid. So that was important for us to think about in order to then finally have these 30 processes plus one for no contact, which we think about them as processes of behavior that we can use to reproduce that selection curve. So you have those 4 plots on the right-hand side. As you go down in each plot, they increase in complexity. So we needed that most complex set of assumptions in order to reproduce that selection curve. Perhaps not surprisingly, but yeah. In summary, so the fish behavior is complex, as we know. Scenarios containing all processes is what describe the selectivity from C in the best way. Squeezing for us was important to consider for accounting for the loss of target size fish. The retention of undersized fish was likely due to that they made a suboptimal contact, and all 5 of those contact modes were important. And it was also important to account for the bar spacing variation, which we realized had a significant contribution for that explanation. So where to from here? There are still some unanswered questions. As I mentioned, it's an indirect approach, and so we don't actually know for sure if the intention is to understand behavior, what's going on. So we move into this more direct approach. We asked, do these specific contact modes and squeezing really take place? And maybe are there other processes we haven't considered earlier? Particularly, how frequent are they making contact, and how much time do they spend in the grid section, which we would never know if we used indirect methods. Also, whether there is any size or species dependency occurring. So here with our video observations, we observe and quantify the grid contact behavior using the videos. Quickly going through the approach we used for each fish that I saw in that grid section. I registered, of course, the species, the entry, whether it was observed or not, the entry time, fate time, the size, which I think of as small or large, depending on whether they can or can't pass through, and this is something I had to kind of gauge visually. And all fish where I wasn't so sure if they were small enough or too large, they come into that medium category. The grid contact modes that I mentioned earlier, plus I also thought about tail first contact, so caudal fin contact as they're kind of swimming in the towing direction. Often they make contact with their tail and you have this avoidance response. And 7 is kind of the useless mode, all fish that aren't really making contact properly. I decided to put into this final mode 7 category to help me be able to quantify that in detail at the end. Finally, with escape, we thought about with squeezing, without squeezing, if the squeezing was undetermined, and then of course either so they escape with the squeezing or not, and then with retention, or if I couldn't see that final fate because of a sand cloud. It's a very dynamic and murky often environment, so that was registered then with fate unknown if I couldn't see it. We had about over 10 hours of footage analysed, more than 1,300 cod, 1,100 haddock individuals, and 1,800 saithe, and about 190 redfish that we observed. Just to quickly go over results, I have a lot of results, so I can't present them all here. I'll just focus mostly on cod, but if you have questions, please just come to me afterwards or ask questions at the end. How do they make contact in general? You have all of the modes at the bottom. So if the points are above 0, then we know that there's a kind of significant contribution, or there's a good proportion of that mode taking place. We see that mode 1, yes, it's occurring, but it's not so often. Mode 3 and 4, so dorsal contact or rolling onto their side as they're swimming in the towing direction was common. The tail contact, and then the mode 7, so the useless contact, has a big contribution. We were able to quantify how frequently fish made contact. It's a complex plot, but just to see the time at the bottom. So we have the total time for a fish that was estimated based on the difference in the start time and the end time. And based on this, we could then, for each fish, estimate their averaged, their time average grid contact frequency from the total number of grid contacts the fish made during the time that we observed it. So most of those, or the most activity level, you can think of it in that way, is occurring in those first moments after they enter. And then based on those fish that were able to escape, so the smaller escaping fish, how many times do they have to try to escape? How efficient are they at escaping? And there, maybe not surprisingly, the cod, he needs the most contact attempts, up to maybe 6 attempts. So he had the most, and then haddock, saithe, and redfish are only around 2 attempts. Then if they escape, what proportion of fish use each of these modes? So which modes are successful, which ones are leading to escape? And there we see that dorsal contact is the only significant one and when we're summing over all of the sizes. And depending, if we're breaking it down into the sizes, then mode 1 also is really important. But as you remember from the earlier slide, it's actually not taking place so often. So we start to get an idea of this insufficiency that's occurring and why it might be leading to this selection curve. And then finally, as they pass through the grid, we're able to quantify how many of those individuals approximately are squeezing themselves. So there it was nice to see that point in the left-hand side plot that for squeezing, it's more than 0. Like, it is a significant part of this process behaviorally, and something that we need to keep in mind, especially considering the larger individuals. Why are they escaping? It's maybe because they're squeezing. So finally, we have some direct and quantified observations for fish in this fishery, where it hasn't been done before in relation to this gear type because of the difficult conditions we have there. So, of course, we're using light, but we at least have begun to understand this more in detail. Suboptimal contact was really important for understanding the process. More than 30% of cod, haddock, and redfish are not contacting optimally in order to escape, and then 14% of saithe are also, suboptimal. Haddock, maybe not surprisingly, had the highest activity level in terms of averaged grid contact over time spent in the grid section. And then conditioned they escape, cod make the most attempts compared to the other species, and squeezing is important to consider. To summarize both of those investigations, we now have a deeper understanding of grid contact behavior, firstly with the indirect approach to give us some indication of perhaps what's going on, but then to really confirm this, the direct approach was the final, or a much more detailed and comprehensive way of determining or understanding behavior more in depth. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question from the audience?
I'm Mike Breen from Norway, from Institute of Marine Research. Thank you, excellent presentation, really enjoyed that. Couple of questions. You said in the indirect method that the 5 escape modes, you needed all 5 escape modes to get the best fish.
Actually, I didn't mention that. So this ventral contact, so with their stomach first, that wasn't barely ever taking place, so no, that was the only one that you didn't need. And then mode 2, which was the head first and turned by 90 degrees, also very uncommon. So you could say, I think mode 2 had a significant, it was significant, but really, really low. So it was more about 6 modes, I would say. Yeah.
Well, that actually begins to answer my question in that in your most complex model with multiple modes in, did it give any indication which was the dominant mode, and how well did that correlate with your empirical data? Is there a good justification for your indirect method?
Yeah,
basically?
Exactly. So that's where we had the idea. So it was this, the most complex model involved all of those 5 contact modes, but we couldn't determine which one. Yeah, that's what leads to the direct approach to really clarify that for ourselves. Yeah.
My second question was, and this is me being a bit slow, your contact time. If you could go back to that slide, I didn't quite understand it. It's me being slow.
No, it is also a difficult one to quickly try to present. But so here, it's total time for a fish. So each of the points represents a single fish individual. Yeah. And then we averaged over, for the total time that we observed the fish in the grid section, we averaged over the total amount of grid contacts we saw. So in the data, we have most individuals were observed from the beginning, but we also, which was good in the sense of understanding those first moments, but we're missing a significant portion of individuals where we didn't see the final fate. So you could think of this data as kind of providing an explanation of those first moments in the best way, but perhaps not for those last moments. For those, we would think we have the highest resolution for that first 10 seconds.
From the data you do have, you're projecting. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's good.
So this is averaged over time spent. For number of grid contact frequencies.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, if we have time just for a very short question.
Sorry to mess up the applause there. You had the light in front of the grid. Did you consider putting it also behind the grid and see if that would alter the behavior of the fish? Maybe they might go more head first towards the grid, which had the greatest escape opportunity, which also would mean your grid would be better, maybe?
Yeah, I think that was something that we did in... we hadn't used it at that time. At the point of this study, the focus was to understand how they're approaching and that first grid contact interaction. But definitely something we could look into for the future. Yeah.
Okay, for the next presentation, I would like to invite Sidney Andarde. Sorry for the misspelling. Okay, the floor is yours.
Well, hi everybody. I'm Sidney Andrade, a PhD student at Marine Institute under Dr. Shinobe's supervision. And today I'm presenting one part of my research titled Evaluating the Effectiveness of Not More Grids to Release Skates in a Shrimp Trawl. Skates are case-selected species of elasmobranchs, and the aspects of their life history make them susceptible to some fisheries impacts, such as bycatch. It was observed in 1991 that 611 species of skates and rays are captured as bycatch globally, and 36% of these species are considered endangered, critically endangered, and vulnerable to extinction. And because that, it's important to develop some strategies to reduce this bycatch and the possible post-release mortality on shrimp fisheries. For example, in northern shrimp fishery in northern Atlantic, different species of skates are captured as a bycatch, such as winter skate, thorn skates, and smooth skates, despite it used the Northmore grid to sorting these large species. So something happened in that grid area that make those species still as bycatch species. So we try to understand what's happening in that area by assessing the effectiveness of these grids, by describing the interactions of skates with the Northmore grid system, the effect of these interactions on time to escape, and the apparent conditions of these skates when they were escaping. This analysis was made in analyzing videos that were recorded on Eastern Canada, on board of 2 different fishing vessels, and these vessels one used the narrow grid and the other one used the wide grid, and because this difference, we analyzed these skates separately, and here I'm just presenting the results on narrow grid system. We analyzed these videos in 2 different stages, approaching from the first detection until the first contact with the grid, in the contact stage, from the first contact until the escape, and we also got the time to escape, which means the time interval from the first detection until the escape. The skates were prone to move and perform hedgehog behavior. Hedgehog posture, actually, is a protective behavior in which skates contract the body into a ball shape to protect the main organs. We are seeing that a little bit late. And in the contact, they were sliding over the grid too. Moving is basically skate swimming and perform vigorous wings movements. The hedgehog posture, we can see a ball rolling. These are skates in a hedgehog posture. And sliding is just skate sliding. I don't have too much to say. We use a time to event analysis, also known as survival analysis, because it's mostly used in medical studies to perform this analysis. And this analysis calculates the risk of a skate reach the event according to the time. And for us, the event was escape. We used Cox proportional hazard regression to analyze this. And the hazard means the probability of an individual escaping a time t, remaining a time t, and escaping a time interval observed. And it's assumed that this regression is a linear combination of different covariates. And for us, the covariates were the interactions and the behaviors. Oh, sorry. Sometimes we have problems analyzing videos and in behavior analysis. For example, video problems, light problems, and because that we sometimes miss some information, it leads us to delete some information that are problematic. But the good thing to using the Cox pH analysis is that you can include this problematic data in your model by saying to the model that you have a sensor in a specific time. So the model calculates the rest of information and just disregard that time that you censored. It's good to keep all the information that you can. And you have three types of censoring. The right censoring, when you don't know the event or when the individual left the experiment in the middle. Left censoring, when the individual started the experiment after the experiment beginning. And the interval censoring, when you just don't know information at a specific time interval. In this study, we just used the right censoring when the event was disturbed or when we had a different event than that one that we set, like skates captured or when we don't know the event. We also got some vitality scores based on the reflex action mortality predictor approach, and we set 3 different vitality scores. Poor, when skates were not moving, subjected to the water flow, and they escaped immobiles, as you can see in the video. Medium, when they had minimum movements, they could contract the body, but they cannot perform hedgehog posture or swimming or anything like that. And high vitality, we saw this video before, they were moving, they're very good in terms of healthy. And we got this vitality and compared this vitality using a behavioral tree based on Santos 2020. The results, we observed 261 skates contacting the narrow grid and 253 contacted the grid. Only 8 skates didn't contact the grid, so we didn't use that in the model. 237 skates escaped, however, 72 skates contacted the camera and it could disturb the escape. 6 skates were captured and 18 skates didn't have the escape null, so we censored those skates. So 165 skates had the event could escape without problem in the data. We saw that when skates were moving, it increased significantly the risk of these skates escape in a short time, which is good for them. Here we can see the chance of the skates escape according to the time, and we saw that skates that were moving escaped in 3.8 seconds, very fast, significantly faster than skates that didn't move, which can help also the skates to avoid injuries and post-release mortality. But this difference was mainly observed before 200 seconds. So skates passing more than 200 seconds on the grid system probably will spend much more time to escape. In general, skates spend 6 seconds to escape, but the range in time to escape was very wide, from 0.2 seconds until more than 39 minutes. Here is how the behavior tree looks like. However, it's very complicated to understand in a presentation, so it's basically giving us some scenarios that make skates escape in different vitality scores. So I separate these scenarios to keep it easy to understand. In the first scenario, the skates just don't contact the grid. In the second, it contacts, but it moves independently if it slide or perform hedgehog posture. And the third scenario, skates contact, perform hedgehog posture, and slide over the grid. For these 3 scenarios, they escape in a good vitality score. The fourth scenario, skates contacted the grid and just slide. It doesn't perform any behavior, so we didn't see any difference in vitality score when they were escaping. And the last one, and the worst scenario, skate contacted the grid and doesn't make anything. They usually get stuck on the grid and they escape immobile. It's very probable that they get the post-release mortality. We cannot confirm that, but yeah. In conclusion, the Northmore grid was very effective in releasing skates because we saw that most of skates escaped. However, this was one thing that we observed in the trials. A lot of skates entered the grid area after our analysis, or during the analysis, however, we had some problems to see them because lights problem or video problem, and these skates got stuck until they got the surface, and eventually they were brought on board, captured as bycatch, and a lot of skates probably died after that. So we can see that there is a problem. We didn't see in terms of behavior, but we saw it in the video. And probably we can turn the grid better by increasing the sliding effect in the grid area by putting some products that can make these grids more slippery when they are contacting the water, or even reducing the grid angle that probably make those skates swimming better or escape faster. Also, we saw that vitality was worse when skates had a low mobility when they're escaping. However, it's important to clarify that other studies said that there are a lot of covariates that can influence on that. For example, the catch of the trawl, the temperature, and the sex of the skate. So we didn't count it in the model, we just counted the movements of the skates. So it's important to clarify that we saw skates in a poor vitality. However, there are other factors that can influence into that. We'd like to thank our collaborators, the vessels, Mark Santos, that helped us to get the videos, and our fundings. Thank Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have time for a very short question, if the audience.
Good morning, Michael Savage from Australia. Just a question with the escape position. I'm not sure on the legislation in the country that this is all done in, but would it be possible to look at having a bottom exit as opposed to a top exit?
That's a good question. A lot of people ask me that, actually. But yeah, in Canada, there's the legislation that guide you to use in a specific way. For example, the bar spacing, how the grid should be, and how the exit open should be positioned. So we need to follow some rulers. Yeah. Maybe it's good for testing. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know if they would change the management for allowing putting opening a bottom panel.
Yeah, in Australia, we're allowed to, we use the TED for the turtles, and we're allowed to have the grid either coming out the top or the bottom, and it's just the angle of the grid that has to meet legislation. But yeah, it might be interesting if they could trial upside down. They might want to swim down because they're a bottom-dwelling species. They may exit quicker.
Yeah, maybe one skate alone doesn't have power enough to open this opening. However, a lot of skates in that area, stuck on that area, maybe can have weight enough to open it. The problem is maybe you lose some shrimp to that gap stuck on that area together. So yeah, I don't know if it will be effective in terms of catch also. Yeah. It's important to study it.
Yeah,
is that good?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the next presentation is Shannon Bice. Okay, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. I'm going to be talking to you about how to get large, weird, very slow-swimming sharks out of a trawl. First, I'd like to acknowledge some of my co-authors. Tomas Schmidt, he spent a ton of time at sea to get this information, multiple 30-day-plus trips on factory freezers off Labrador and up in the Arctic. And then Sidney Andrade, this is part of his PhD. He spent hundreds of hours looking at the video. I just want to acknowledge that. I'm just up here storytelling. So first, we're going to be talking about Greenland sharks. So, what is that? It's not the most familiar species in the world. It's a very large Arctic sleeper shark. They can get very big, up to 6 meters and 1,000 kilograms. They're pretty weird, pretty famous for being weird. You can see the picture to your left. That's from a brood from a study from our university. They have these eye parasites that are thought to make them all blind once they're adults. So that's pretty normal stuff. But they're really famous for their extreme life history characteristics. They're kind of more like a tree than a shark if you think of it in age. They can live up to 270 years. Now when you look in the literature or stuff in the press, that can be up in the 400s, but we chatted with the guy who did that study. He was much more comfortable with the mean instead of the confidence interval. So that's what we're going to report, 270 years. They're very late maturing. You'll see in the literature 150 years, but there's some debate on that, so it's at least 100 years, it's thought. And given this, they're also, not shockingly, incredibly slow growing, so about 1 centimeter a year. So given these extreme life history characteristics, not a surprise, they're pretty sensitive to commercial fishing. We don't know a ton about how they behave around fishing gear, so it's a struggle to try to develop gear to improve the situation. We know a little bit. Our colleague in our center, he's described how they behave when they're caught in long lines and how they behave feeding around pots, but still not a ton of information. And there's bycatch concerns in many fisheries, trawls, gill nets, long lines. All right. So my next slide, we've done a lot of these Greenland shark presentations the last few years, and it's kind of harsh to kind of just go to a big dead shark slide. So I'm just starting calling this my obligatory dead shark slide, just kind of ease everybody into it. But we're scientists, we need proof. So dead sharks. To your left, these are two Greenland sharks that were caught in a Greenland halibut fishery. They're a common bycatch in this fishery. There's typically not grids, so they don't have anywhere to go. If you look to the right, this is a picture Tomas took in a Norwegian snow crab vessel. The Greenland shark got hung up in the down line or the buoy line. So indeed, we have bycatch, which there's been some debate about that, as you'll hear. So what am I going to talk to you about today? The kind of premise, it's kind of a tangle because it's kind of three experiments at once to kind of get the whole story across, so try to bear with me. But as the story goes, it goes all the way back to Tomas's PhD. He was trying to solve a very different bycatch problem. Instead of very large Greenland sharks, he was trying to get rid of very, very small juvenile redfish in these shrimp fisheries. So as you can imagine, we had industry partners come testing their grids, and I'm not even involved in that. I'm just walking through the flume tank one day, probably enjoying a coffee, and I leaned over the flume tank as you do, and I see at the top of the grid, there's these like 30 centimeter openings, and these shrimp fisheries are fishing where there's where the halibut fisheries fish, so they probably have Greenland shark bycatch. So I'm asking these guys, how do you deal with your Greenland shark bycatch? Because a 6 meter shark's not getting through a 30 centimeter hole. But they told me that they don't have a bycatch issue. All right, so that was surprising. So I kind of went up the food chain in the fishery a little bit, asked some other people, what are you doing about your Greenland shark bycatch? And they said they don't have any. It was kind of hard for me to accept, so I dug around a little bit, looked online, didn't find much, but I did find this very, very gray literature. It's not a study, it's just a Canadian government observer report, and it showed from 1985 to 2017 there was at least 9,000 tows that caught one Greenland shark. As you saw from the slide earlier, and some slides will show in a bit, they're often caught multiple together. So there is a bycatch problem, and observer coverage isn't necessarily always great over these years, so that number could be much higher. And even this report speculated that the small opening is what's driving some of this bycatch issue. So that's one part of the story, and that was kind of enough motivation to get us going to try to design a different trawl. Sydney presented this to you guys last year. We tried some things with large openings to try to get large sharks out of the trawl, but still maintain shrimp catch. So we did that, but at the same time, Tomas started going to sea on these large vessels for a long time, and guess what he saw? More dead sharks. So this is about a 6 meter Greenland shark that just didn't make it out of this small opening. So indeed, there was a bycatch problem. And it makes a lot of sense. And as he got to know these guys and talking to them, it's not uncommon to see this. So since Tomas was going to sea, trying to solve a different problem, trying to get these small redfish out of a trawl, he had all this video, but he didn't really look at it in terms of how were Greenland sharks interacting with these grids. So we went back through it, or Sydney went back through it rather, to try to understand, we'll try to get just some information on what's going on with these sharks and these grids. So we don't really have a nice standardized camera placement, so we're not able to do statistics because it would be biased, but we have a lot of information, so we wanted to go through it. But this is kind of what we had, a lot of cameras in a lot of different places. So to your right, you can see it. We have cameras at the top of the grid looking up and looking down. To the left, you can see the guiding panel. We had cameras at the top and the bottom of it. So the goal was trying to just describe how are these sharks interacting with the grid. So the idea, the premise being to hopefully inform future studies, or to try to describe are any of these contacts really harsh, or are they damaging the sharks, because it's not believed they handle this very well. So we looked at body orientation at the approach, at the grid, and when they escaped. We looked if like grid engagement, so were they stuck, were they sliding, did they have hard contact, what was their behavior, did they swim, did they roll, did they thrash? And what was the times of these observations, and what was time from first detection until escape? So our results, we saw 12 sharks over about 40 hours of video over 7 tows. They all escaped, but they weren't very large for Greenland sharks. They were 2 to 4 meters. And we saw them over 7 tows. 3 of them had multiple sharks, and 1 had 4. So what does this look like? So again, these sharks swim very, very slowly. So this is at 1,000 times speed. And to my eye, the shark doesn't even swim very fast. I hope you guys can see that. But what we're looking at right now is that there's a large Greenland shark that's stuck in the guiding panel. So we're looking back at the grid. The grid's 2 by 3 meters by 2 by 3 meters. And the front is the guiding panel that kind of puffs up as it gets meshed with redfish and shrimp. But we have a shark in there. It's stuck in the guiding panel. It can't really make its way out. But eventually, we're going to see its tail in a minute. Promise. So it's in there, but we just can't really see, because you see at the beginning and then it's kind of hung up. Here we go. So it kind of whacks at the grid, slowly starts sliding up. It can't really contort its body very well. It does get to the top of the grid, half of its body is hanging out. It still can't really navigate its way out. It swims back up in the extension, whacks the camera pretty good. It kind of changes its orientation, and it manages to get out. So that's about a 4-meter Greenland shark. It's about a 20-minute video. That's on the extreme side of what we saw. We also saw the opposite of that, where sharks just didn't move, and in 2 seconds, they just slid straight out. So for the results, I really don't have time to get into all the observations that we saw, but I'll try to give you some general information. The body orientation was very varied at the different locations. About half the sharks had really hard contact, whacking the grids, whacking the mesh panels, things like that. Behaviors were very varied. Some were very active, and some didn't do anything at all. And the time to escape was very variable, up to 20 minutes, as low as 2 seconds, but notice the median is about 13 seconds. So what does this all mean? You could take this away as the grid is working well, because we saw 12 sharks escape, but these sharks are kind of small, relatively speaking, so 2 to 4 meters. The ones that we saw, the pictures we have are very large sharks, 5 to 6 meters. They clearly have an issue. About half the sharks had like hard and prolonged contact with the grid, which probably isn't a good thing. And time to escape was very variable. It could be very low or very high, but perhaps some of these sharks that weren't moving, they may not have been alive, because they didn't do anything. They just went through the guiding panel, smacked the grid, and were gone. So perhaps that's having a big influence to what we're seeing. But this isn't all doom and gloom. There's a pretty simple solution to this. Sydney showed it to you guys last year. If you just open up the opening at the grid in a much more large way, these large sharks can get out, and not a lot of shrimp is lost. And then the fishery itself has really shifted its opinion on the matter. As you can tell at the beginning of the story, they were trying to sweep this under the rug, trying to keep maybe a scientist from telling a group of people about it. But now that's kind of changed. The fishery is starting to transition to have these large openings in front of their grids to not catch Greenland sharks. And in southern Canada, that's happening as well. That's for larger pelagic sharks, and that's not more of as much as a bycatch issue as to keep these sharks from damaging their grids. But anyway, that's it for me. I'd like to acknowledge our funders and Mark Santos.
Okay, thank you. We have time for a very short question. We are a bit behind on schedule, so.
Thank you, Shannon, for your presentation. I am a little bit concerned about the construction you are using of your grid systems. First, the angle of the grid seems to be extremely steep, and the other thing is that there's almost no opening there for escaping, for fish and other big animals to escape. Why is that construction like that? It's very different from what we proposed for you from Norway when we developed these systems.
Yeah, it's a good point. So we have several different grids, as Sydney was talking about. This particular example, it's a pretty extreme angle. It's what the fisherman prefers. I agree with you. At this time, the openings, the whole fishery were very, very small. I mean, they're not supposed to do that, but they do. And the idea is to catch more. But the Greenland shark issue has been swept under the rug. Other species do seem to make it out, but it seems to be changing. But the other grid angles from much of the vessels are more 50, 45 degrees that you would expect.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah. Okay, I would like to invite now Chrissy Mitilenu. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. I am Chris Mitilinu from the Hellenic Center for Marine Research in Athens, Greece, and I will present you our work on the physical condition and behavior of fish in the Mediterranean bottom trawl codent, which was a collaboration with other colleagues from my institute and also with Ben Herman from the TU and University of Tromsø, and also Persephone Megalophonu from the University of Athens. It is very well known that the information on the fish behavior is very essential in fishing technology in order to develop effective and selective fishing practices. And there are a lot of studies from the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean, but this information is very scarce from the Mediterranean area. So the objectives of the present work was to collect information on the physical condition, the activity, the escape effort, the area of activity and the escape area of various species in the bottom trawl codend during the fishing operation, and this was based on underwater observations. The data were collected in the framework of the PILEXIS project, which aimed to study the selectivity of the bottom trawl codend with experimental fishing conducted at depths between 70 to 300 meters in the South Aegean Sea in the Eastern Mediterranean. 3 different codend configurations were used, using the 40 millimeter diamond mesh, which is not allowed in the European Mediterranean countries, but it's used by other countries in the Mediterranean. The 40 millimeter square mesh and the 50 millimeter diamond mesh, and the codend method was used for the selectivity study. Regarding the behavior study, we used GoPro cameras, which were put in specific cages, as you can see in the photo. We didn't use artificial lights to avoid the effect of the fish behavior. And in total, we collect videos from 24 holes carried out at depths between 70 to 200 meters. As you can see in the scheme, one camera was located just at the beginning of the codend, inside the codend, looking backwards. And there was another one between in the cover, between the codend and the cover. But the data and the results presented in the present work are from the camera inside the codend. So the observations were divided in 3 different fishing operation phases: the trawling, the hauling back, and when the trawl net was on the sea surface. We used 4 criteria for the classification of the observations: the condition, the activity, the interaction with the net of the codend, and the space occupancy in the codend. And in each criteria there were several sub-criteria, as you can see in this table. The analysis was done by species and net type, by species and fishing operation, and all analyses were implemented using the CellNet software. So in total, we collected videos from 37 hours, but the clear ones were only 16, and this because of the low penetration of the light in waters deeper than 100 meters depth, and also because of the turbulences produced during the fishing activity. Anyway, we collect data from 75 taxa, from 55 taxa, presented in this table, but the analysis was based on the 32 of them because of the low number of observations for the rest of them. And here you can see the results related to the physical condition. As you can see in the gray bars, 16 species presented a good and dynamic condition. Among them were several sparred species like boobs, Pagellus species, pelagic species like anchovy and sardine, mullus and trachurus species, the species from the family Ocentracanthidae, like Spicara, and several elasmobranchs. 5 of the species, like the squid, the ilex, coindeti, the anglerfish, the crab munida, and the shrimp Parapeneus longirostris, were in bad or showed passive condition. Concerning the activity, 11 of the species showed a very high activity. Among them was the boops, the Centracanthus cirrus, the anchovy, the mullus, pagellus, pickerel, and trachurus species. 5 species showed passive activity or were moribund. And these were Arnoglossus, Ilex, monkfish, Munida, and Parapeneus. Hake showed in most of cases low or passive activity. And here, concerning the interaction with the net, as you can see, most of the species indicated by the yellow light bars. So most of the species had no contact with the net of the codend. 5 species showed a successful escape: the bog, the anchovy, sardine, pickerel, and Centracanthus cirrus. But from the 32 species analyzed, 21 showed a kind of effort to escape, including the entanglement, the trying to escape without success, etc. 8 of the species showed no effort to escape, and among them was the monkfish and the shrimp Parapeneus longirostris. Regarding the space occupancy, as expected, pelagic species were found mainly in the top area of the codend, like anchovy and sardine. The demersal species like hake and pagellus were mainly found in the middle area of the codend or in the side area of the codend. And benthic species like the crab munida or the family Trigridae, species of the family Trigridae, were mainly found of the bottom area of the codend. Escape area was in the most of cases the same with the area of activity, but in some cases there were differences. So some species escaped from the top area, others mainly from the bottom or the side area of the codend. Regarding the mesh configuration, most of the observations related to the escape effort were related to the 40 square mesh codend. As you can see here for the mullus species, the sardine, hake, and pagellus. But I should note that the results are a little bit indicative because the allocation of observations by species and by mesh size was low in number, so we consider these results quite indicative. Regarding the fishing operations, we found that there was a decrease in the dynamic condition during the trawling operations, mainly for hake, Serranus hepatus, and Arnoglossus species. And here you can see the results for hake. So although the individuals were in dynamic condition during trawling, presenting 69% of the observations, during hauling back, this decreased to 25%, and when the net was in the sea surface, to 13%. Also, we found that there was a decrease in the escape effort during the fishing operations, but in some cases, like here in sardine, there was an increase again of the escape effort when the net was on the sea surface. And here you can see that although the 40% of the observations were related to the escape effort during trawling, this decreased to 10% when during hauling back, but we have a new increase to 35% when the net was on the sea surface. And also in some cases there was a change of the escape area when the trawl was on the sea surface, and as shown here, for sardine, during trawling, we had an escape effort from the top area of the cod end with a percentage of 84%, but 0 in the bottom area. During hauling back, this was 38% in the top area and 4% from the bottom area of the cod end. And finally, when the net was on the sea surface, 31% from the top area and 34% from the bottom area. So there were several changes in the behavior, in the normal, let's say, and expected behavior. So summarizing, we found that several species present a very good physical condition and high activity, and this means that they have a high probability to escape and high probability to survive after escape. On the contrary, other species present a bad physical condition and passive activity, so which means that they have a low probability to escape and survive. And for some species, there are differences in the escape area. Some select the top area and others the bottom and side area, but the majority of individuals had no contact with the cod end. So if improvement of escape probability is required, we should find ways to increase the contact of individuals with the net, so increase the contact probability. And another suggestion is that if improvement of some of the selectivity of some species is required, then we should take into account their physical condition and activity, their escapability, the area of the cod end from where they are trying to escape, in order to propose the most adequate modification of the gear. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to communicate if we can kindly ask for the next presenter to present after the coffee break. So actually, if we have a short question before the coffee break from the audience. Okay.
Thank you, Chrissy. You showed in one slide a comparison on the escape attempt between 40 diamond and 40 square, 50 diamond and 40 diamond. As you know, fishermen can use 40 square and 50 diamond now. No? I wonder what's the difference between 40 square and 50 diamond in this escape attempt comparison?
Okay. There were no statistical significant differences between these two configurations, but as I said, the number of observations for this analysis were quite low, so we consider them as indicative. But the statistical difference was between the 40 square and 40 diamond and 50 diamond and 40 diamond. Between 40 square and 50 diamond, we didn't find statistical significant differences. Can we consider the same? Yes. But it depends of the species, and it depends also of the number of observations that, as I said, are indicative.
Hi, Chrissy. Unita Carlson from Denmark. When you were well, thank you first of all for a nice presentation. When you were considering the physical condition, was that based solely on fish activity, or did you use some additional data or information?
No, based on the activity, and let me. Okay. In fact, the physical condition included two criteria: the good dynamic or bad passive, and which in the activity is divided. The good dynamic condition is a high and medium and inactive activity, while the bad passive condition includes the passive and the moribund activity. So we use only this kind of criteria. We didn't use something additional.
Okay, because sometimes in my experience, fish, they cheat, so they can be inactive but still in good conditions.
I agree, and if you can see, the inactive are included in the activity. They were included in the good condition, although they were inactive, but let's say the observation of a fish that is inactive but in good condition is different from an inactive but that can be moribund, for example. So, and this can be distinguished during time, let's say. If it can be inactive, but then after some minutes you can see that he presented a kind of movement. So it was considered as in good and dynamic condition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all the behavior presentations. Tomas, we'll keep yours for after the coffee break. So go ahead, the coffee break's going to be at the bar, same as yesterday. Feel free to bring your coffee back here, look at the posters. We'll meet back here at 11:30 to start up again. Just a reminder, if you are part of the bottom contact group, I need your presentations, also the topic group introductions and indicators. So bring me your presentations, and we'll see everyone else at 11:30.
The floor is yours.
All right. I hope you had a good break. Morning, everyone. So my name is Tomás Araya-Schmidt, and I'm at Marine Institute of Memorial University. I work with Shannon and Sydney that presented earlier. So today I'm going to show you some snow crab behavioral experiments that we did in laboratory conditions. It's called environmentally friendly snow crab pod design, increasing catch efficiency and sorting of undersized crabs at depth. So why a new pod design? If we can increase catch rates in a quota-based fishery, we can reduce effort, and that obviously has other impacts such as the reduced fuel consumption, CO2 emissions, and then the bait usage, which we know is another problem. It creates a more efficient fishery, you catch your quota faster, and you create less environmental impacts. And then the other aspect is to try to reduce the capture of undersized crabs. So these are crabs that are smaller than 95 millimeter carapace width, and there's fishery-induced mortality when you bring those crabs to the surface and discard them. And we know that mortality can be delayed. There's cold exposure and decompression. There's several factors. So we want to keep all those small crabs on the bottom of the ocean, let them escape the gear at the seabed. So in Newfoundland and Labrador and some other parts of Canada, we use the traditional snow crab pod. It's a Japanese-style conical pod with a top entrance. So basically crabs climb the side of the pod and go through the top. And we were really interested in understanding the snow crab behavior around the pod in relation to the bait plume and also the entry and escape efficiency of this type of pod. So how many crabs and how fast they enter and escape the pod. And then the question was, can we increase entry and escape efficiency? So try to increase the entry of crab and then let the smaller crab escape the gear. The goal was to comply with gear regulations, so this type of pod is highly regulated. We can't change too much, so we needed to keep that in mind. And also the operational needs. So this pod needs to be stackable. There's limited space on board the snow crab vessels, so they need to stack. So we developed this simple kind of solution or idea. It's a side entrance escape cap pod design. So we added 4 side entrances to the traditional pod. You can see it's a type of a mailbox entrance which can only be pushed one way, so crabs can go in the pod. And then there's a 40 millimeter gap, so smaller crabs can crawl out of the pod. How did we, or why did we choose a 40 millimeter gap? We did a linear regression between carapace width, and we found out that a 95 millimeter crab or a legal crab has a carapace height of around 39 millimeters. So we, as a starting point, we started with this 40 millimeter gap. So for the ones that were in the conference last year, you may be familiar with the area. We caught the crabs in Conception Bay South, as you can see there. We use small mesh pots and normal pots to cut all sizes of crabs. And then we landed in Holyrood, where we actually had the banquet last year, and then transported the crabs to the lab. We had the crabs about a month in holding tanks before conducting the experiments. By the way, we captured around 250 crabs and only had 1 mortality, so pretty good overall. And this was the setup for the entry and escape experiment. As you can see, the pod is on this side of the tank. We have flow going on that direction. So the idea is to create a bait plume towards the other side of the tank. We had 3 cameras pointing at the pod, the different sides, and we did 8 trials. So 4 with the control pod, which you see there, and 4 with the side entrance pod. And so far for this presentation, I have 6 trials analyzed. And 48 hours soak time, which is typical for our fishery, and then we use 26 crabs per trial. We place the crabs on the far end of the tank for about a half hour just to get them acclimated, and then we lifted the gate and we let them go towards the pod. So this is what you would see in the first few minutes of the experiment, where crabs have already arrived to the side of the pod. The flow is coming from the upper edge of the screen towards the crab. You can see that they accumulate right where the bait plume is. So this made sense. It takes a while for them to figure out that they have to climb the pod. They try to just reach through the meshes And yeah, they're not as smart as we thought. And a lot of crab reach the pod, or some of the crab reach the top of the pod, but seems like they hesitate to go in, even though they're almost inside the pod. We're not sure if it's the confined space, perhaps they're afraid of making the jump inside the pod, or maybe they lose track of the bait because they're already too high on the top of the pod. So many of them exhibit this type of behavior and just back down and never enter the pod actually. And then we have an example of a side entrance pod. By the way, all the crabs were marked, so we know exactly the crab ID and what the crab did during the experiment. And in this case, crab 202 is pushing the gate or the mailbox entrance and walking towards the bait. And then we did see many crab escaping the gear as well through the escape gap design. In this case, we have an undersized crab walking out of the pod. And I should mention that also smaller crabs can walk through the mesh, and size selectivity happens that way as well. So for contact location, we were interested in understanding where crabs contacted the pod for the first time. This is the control pod on this side. A total of 77 crabs were placed in that area and for all the trials. And you can see that most of the crab contacted the pod where the flow was going and the bait plume were supposed to be. So that made a lot of sense. And then for the experimental pod, it's the same position, but the difference is that we have those 4 side entrances on this area. But the contact location was fairly similar. So yeah, as expected. Entry location, also very interesting. For the control pod, only 39% of the crab entered the pod in the 2 days. 86% enter through the top, and then there's some smaller crab that can actually crawl through the meshes and enter through the sides. And for the experimental pod, we got 78% of the crab entering, so we doubled the amount of crabs. A lot of them, more than 60%, used those 2 entrances on the top. None of them used the ones on the back. And we see that there's still 29% of crab entering through the top, so yeah. And for escape location, only 40% of the crab made it out of the control pod, mostly through the back, as you can see there, so against the water flow, against the bait plume. And then for the experimental trap, we're not sure yet, but well, more escape, 56%, but it seems like there's a more randomly distributed escapement. They did use the escape gaps, but there's a large proportion still escaping through the meshes on the back of the pod, as you can see there. So we did survival analysis as well. I'm glad that Sydney explained some of this, so I don't have to explain it again. And we used a different model, though. We used a mixed effect Cox proportional hazard model, so that's Cox-ME. And the difference is that we use random effects, crab ID and trial ID. And we had 2 models, basically, time from the first pod contact to the entry, so how many and how fast crabs got in the pod, and then time from entry to escape. So once the crab entered the pod, how fast and how many escaped the gear. And the predictors were pod type and carbas width. Here we have some plots. So legal and sublegal crab. You can see that the y-axis is the cumulative proportion of crabs entering the gear, and then we have the time from 0 to 48 hours. And the gear for the experimental, which is the blue line, you can see that it's higher for both legal and sublegal crab. The side entrance pod doubled the number of crabs captured. The Cox-ME model showed that crabs are 3.5 times more likely to enter the experimental pod. And size was not important in the model. It shows that every millimeter increase, the hazard of entry only increases by 1%. So either large and small crab were able to enter the gear equally. For the escape efficiency, both legal and sublegal crab escape more in the experimental pod. Especially sublegal escape a lot more rapidly than on the experimental than on the control pod. So you can see crabs are 3.6 times more likely to escape the experimental gear. And size was important. So every millimeter increase in carbas width, there was a 16% decrease in the escape, in the likelihood of escape. We did some fall-through experiments as well. So we for the control gear, we used a mesh, and then for the experimental gear, we used escape gap. And seems like just with the morphology, the mesh has a sharper size selection and a higher retention probability for legal crab. So perhaps looking at the morphology, we should have made the escape gap a little bit smaller maybe. And then finally, the size selectivity. So this includes obviously the behavior of crab in the tank. And we can see that overall the experimental gear has a higher retention probability for legal crab. Yeah, so even though I guess it escaped more in the experimental gear, we caught a lot more. So next steps will be to finish analyzing the data. We have a summer student that's gonna look at the video, and then further develop the side entrance pod, maybe refine the gap size, the escapement size, and then the shape, and catch comparison experiments in the fishery. And then obviously we're interested in doing more behavioral experiments and try to use AI to analyze this type of data, this type of crab behavior. And yeah, I would like to thank everyone, the CSER team, and Ocean Frontier Institute, and the IRBIM. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Any question from the audience?
Hello, Sara Bertosa from the Tuning Institute in Germany. This escape, well, the gap that the crab has to push, were you finding like all the crab was pushing it in without a problem? And my second question, what about if you put the pods in the field? Are you aware of if there is a strong current and maybe they open this gap and then the crab can enter and exit?
Yeah, so the first question, if they all are able to open, I'm not sure yet, but that's something we're going to look at. I'm going to see what success, we know where they contacted first time, and we know when they attempted to enter, so I'm going to look at those attempts and see if they are able to, all of them, push it or not. And then the second thing is that the escape gap has you can't see it really in the picture, but there's a small bungee cord on the bag, so there's some tension, so crabs need to be strong enough to actually push the entrance, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Okay.
Jasper from Ilvo, Belgium. When you were showing the crab that had like fear of height to fall in, maybe considering making the end like the bucket thing, however you want to call it, if it would be out of netting, maybe they're more likely to climb further down again until they're like over the edge. So what we see with the brown crab, sometimes they really get stuck in all the netting, but if it might be this smooth surface that they don't feel any grip, they're like, oh, turn back. But I don't know if you can do it with construction or whether it's allowed to make it out of netting in Canada, of course.
Yeah, I think it would be possible. I think it's regulated. I think that we can really change the entrance or the shape of the pod. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly something to look at. Maybe a bigger cone, maybe a longer cone. Feels like when they're hanging, when they're not touching with these legs, something they just back down, you know. So yeah, mesh maybe will help. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was the last presentation of the session, so now I will switch to the chairs.
Is this the folder? No. Use Oh, thanks. Thank you. I don't know what bucket she stuck it in. It's not the fish behavior bucket. It's not here, no. It's not the TG introductions. She didn't stick it in there. What bucket did she put it in? No. Ah, okay. There we go. Try again. Okay.
Just open it and then...
Okay, and launch it.
How does this work?
What happens? Oh, I probably have to come over here.
I don't want to see the... Can you close it again?
How do I...
F5?
No. Oh, if we right mouse click on it, what is this? We can do show? Is there a...
How do they do it? How do they do it?
Yeah, oh, there you go. There you go. And then just launch it.
Right. Excuse the technical difficulties. Can you hear me? Settle down, please. This is going to be an important part. Thank you. So we're going to go briefly, as every year, about the national reports. Usually I get a slot on the last day, on the Friday. So I had like a few days to prepare this during the conference. But as Noëlle pointed out to me, today is Friday, so I can't get away from that. So this time I actually put some effort into this. But if for a proper presentation, like, you should start with a disclaimer. And that disclaimer is that I take no personal responsibility for presenting accurately what you have put in. It's a very long document, and also that, looking at you, Jordan, that it does not absolve you from actually reading the reports, just because I went in a few slides over it. I also should add that I hereby declare that I'm presenting this topic on my own free will and will under no pressure from the FDB chairs, and as I have since 2019, and as I will happily continue to do so in the future. It's an honor to be here. Anyways, that was the fun bit. Now comes the boring bit. So this year, as in last year, we had like 20 countries reporting, pretty much the same numbers. Like no worries, peak this year, I'm not going to single out a particular country that published a report very, very late. So like it's in total 97 distinct projects that were published here. And as you will see when I go over this, there's quite a significant overlap in themes and actual gears that are addressed in this, highlighting the importance of these reports, because there is in this working group like really, really a lot of overlap and a lot of topics that different countries trying to address in different ways, but maybe just for the same reason. And the most reports published are by these countries up there, but again, it doesn't necessarily reflect the actual work volume or the amount of scientists working in a different country. That's just what we get through this portal here. So just talking about general themes, like if you look at sort of like the themes that are addressed in this plenary every year, if we look at selectivity, like we're having around 65 projects looking at reducing bycatch and unwanted catch, studying escapement, and utilizing sorting devices or methods. Gear modifications encompass basically all the projects. There's some sort of gear modifications or gear alterations are done for the gear design. Specific components are being changed, cordons, grids, hooks, swaps, etc. Looking at the materials of gears, and also integrating into gears technologies like sensor systems, acoustic devices. So basically all the projects that are presented change a fishing gear in some way. Looking at mesh size, which sort of like seems to be on the declining end of focus of this topic group, like, your square mesh diamond T90, T0.
There's about 20 projects. And then if you go to like the maybe sort of like the more the fringe topics that have been like also coming in the forefront, lights only are addressed by 11 projects, PETs by around 32 projects, looking at rays, sawfish, sea turtles, marine mammals, and seabirds. And ALDFG, I was quite surprised by it, because if you look at the amount of posters that address ALDFG here, there's only about 10 projects that are reported into this national reports that address ALDFG. But clearly it is a topic of interest if you look at the posters alone. So, as I said, I'm going to not go through this year country by country, because it would be a lot of repetitive, so I'm just decided to collate it by the gear types, by the general gear types that are being addressed, and then just basically mention, you can see the countries over there on the left-hand side. So for trawl gears, basically all but one country addressed in their projects that are working on trawl gears. And as you know, like we've been hearing this in the presentations, and this will come up on all of these are the things that are looking on for both demersal and pelagic trawls and dredges and plows, sort of selectivity devices, looking at codon modifications, looking at the seabed interaction, and then we're getting more of this just as a follow-on to me. And the follow-on that, the energy efficiency of trawling, monitoring trawls, the behavior of trawls, the behavior of fish in the trawls, and then also parts of trawls like the sorting grids, the trawl doors, and the ground gear are sort of like actively looked at by these nations. Looking at gill nets, there's quite a lot fewer countries that have a focus on gill nets. So again, selectivity is one of the main drivers in gill nets, reducing marine mammal and bird bycatch, looking at biodegradable materials, there's the ALDFG topic, and interactions with other marine uses, topic group, multi-use, right there. Long lines, again, there's only like 5 countries, Australia, Canada, Norway, Portugal, and the US, that are actually doing active research or publish active research on long lines at the moment, looking at protected species mitigation, birds, turtles, marine mammals, and your sharks. Hook modifications, biodegradable materials. Again, as we know, long lines are not recyclable. We saw this yesterday in the pitch on the screen. And again, the multi-use topic popping up there, and then probably a lot of projects that are being written in the national reports at the moment. They are also influenced that we have a topic group going at the moment on a certain particular topic. Pots and traps, we just had a presentation on pots and traps and the selectivity of those and escapement. Looking at bycatch reduction of pots, looking again at biodegradable materials. As we heard yesterday again, pots and traps are the least recyclable fishing gears. Looking at alternate fishing methods, gear switching, we heard from Steve about that yesterday, mitigation, entanglement, and risk of protected species. There's not so much here, but like there was this Gear Innovation Summit in Canada in February that had a laser focus on that, how you can do lineless fishing or fishing on demand and things like that. Evaluating on-demand fishing systems, as I just mentioned. Seine gear, again, it's not a focus for the entirety of the ICES and FAO nations, but size selectivity, bycatch reduction, and operational efficiency are in focus there. Now, novel harvesting technologies, I didn't read all the projects, so like electrofishing. The second one, I didn't, remote underwater vehicles with pneumatic spears, I find that quite interesting. Electric stimulation, artificial lights, and harvesting mesopelagic species are sort of like what could cluster into sort of like thinking outside the box, trying to find new ways to either allow a fishery in a closed area or to harvest completely differently from the way that is currently allowed. And again, ALDFG as sort of like as an overall umbrella topic, looking at detection, retrieval, and mapping of lost and discarded fishing gear, and also developing into biodegradable materials and eco components. And you have Dissolve and these projects here from Roger. That's sort of like this is one of the big topics. How can we take plastic polymers out of out of the fishing gear and replace them by biodegradable, so if the fishing gear gets lost, it can biodegrade. Now, that's the run-through from the reports. It's quite short this year. Again, you have to read them to understand fully what's going on. But I want to spend like one slide in a few minutes to talk about the future of them. They are really important for information sharing, especially if you read them. And secondly, they're also required. Like all the countries that are part of ICES have to put in a national report. At the moment, that's actually not the case. Not all countries do actually report. And it enables collaboration on research that is happening right now. Now, some of you in this group might ask themselves, but I'm actually not writing these national reports. I'm just a scientist, I'm just doing my thing. It's just the national responsible person has to write it. Those people, you might be mistaken there, because first of all, this is free publicizing of your research before it's actually being published. So if your project that you're involved in is part of this national reports that's published on our website, that has the ability to be read by the 800-something people in our mailing list, so you get free publicity. And secondly, if your project that you're currently working on is not in the national reports, you should go talk to a national representative and ask them why. Because again, this is free publicity, and like it could enable somebody from a different country to come to you and say, hey, we are doing the same thing, could we do a collab, could we apply for some more funding, can we get this rolling so this project doesn't end with the publication of your paper. So looking forward, like Paul asked the question yesterday, how should the future format look like? Should this be a tool where, like an online tool where people constantly publish their ongoing research in, so it's accessible all year round for everyone in this group somehow to see what's going on, and then we just collate the national reports out of that? What information should be shared? What's the important thing to drive this collaboration forward? It's just an open box. The national reports will not go away. Probably me giving this presentation is not going to go away either, but like at least give yourself some time to think about this, like regardless if you're actually involved in writing the national reports. As I said, your project is going to be represented through that. So until next year.
What is this? Okay, perfect. All right, so let's continue to have a conversation about national reports. And a special thank you to Georg. It's 165 pages, single-spaced. It's a lot of reading. And Georg might be the only person in the room that actually read it. Oh, thank you. It's on the website. This didn't work. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you might remember this slide from day one. Jon shared it. Part of our terms of reference as a working group includes that we will provide summaries of relevant national research activities. But we're not really given any guidance on how to do it. So we've created a Word template, and we send it around, and it gets populated. And the working group's been doing this for 40 years. And in 2019, we chose that guy, and he's been doing it every year. He says he's not doing it under duress. I believe him. I think he actually enjoys doing it. I thought he might resign. He told me, I said, let's merge our slides. He said, no, I don't want you to look at my presentation. I thought, oh no, there's a resignation slide coming at the end. But thank you for continuing to do it So a big thanks to Georg for doing that, and it's important, and we do value it. But I thought it might be helpful to have a conversation about how to reduce the burden on those of you that put it all together. Yes, he synthesizes it, but if you find it a burden, we'd like to know that. Or if you think the template is effective, we'd like to know that. George just mentioned maybe you'd like a portal that you go to, that you populate. We send you the template, but do you really actually use it, or do you just go get last year's and kind of update last year's? That's what I do. Maybe that's what you do. And was George's synthesis actually helpful? I just wanted to open the floor if anybody had any thoughts about how we might improve things. We've made a few improvements. We're now adding pictures, so it's a little more colorful as you go through. Does anybody have a strong feeling about the national reports? Anything you'd like to share? Yeah.
I think it's more in addition to the word templates. I don't know if it would be a lot of work, but I think like a spreadsheet or a database where we record the things. In a similar way as presented it, like if we wanted to know everything about selectivity that different nations have done, we could just click on and filter it by selectivity or whatever. It could be a useful thing rather than having it by country necessarily. I think what we're usually interested in is in the topic itself, and then you could see which countries have done what. I think that could be a useful thing to look at.
Yeah. So making it more interrogatable, I guess, for those of you that do consume it. Let's be honest, you scroll and we all do it. Boring, boring, boring. That looks cool. Boring, boring, boring. That looks cool. Because we all have our pet interests. That's fine. Or maybe you follow a particular author. I want to see what Daniel's been up to, that sort of thing. I like the national reports because it gives me a snapshot into what you're all doing before I read it in a manuscript 5 years later. So it's a nice way to kind of reach out and talk to people. One of the things we're trying to move away from is this idea of repetitive questions. So for every project, at one time we were asking all these questions, but then more people wanted questions. Someone wanted, can we add a fuel efficiency question? Can we add a seabed impacts question? And we thought, okay, this format's just not working anymore. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. So every project, when you got 95, and this would add pages to the document. So yeah, maybe an Excel sheet where you could filter it might be helpful. I see some nods, yeah. Yep. Daniel, I think you even made one once, didn't you? And you sent it to me. Don't lie. All right. Anybody else have a strong feeling? Yeah? Use some emotion.
Well, I think the only time I have actually read all those pages is at the time when I was a chair. So, you know, but when I did it, it was extremely interesting. And so I very recommend it to take time to read it all over. However, I think it is quite much. It is time consuming to read over, as Georg knows. I think I was the chair who started him in this thing, and he's still stuck and doing well. But I think we could maybe change this, like she was mentioning, like in spreadsheet, or make some kind of clever designed survey which is quickly going through to put in some facts you are doing, and it is then generating some paper out of it. It is possible to do, but someone has to make it, and that is not straightforward to do. However, when it is done, it can be maybe used for some years. So just for thought, but I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to do it. No. I'm practicing saying no.
I think we've all made databases that we tried to feed that we thought would be helpful, and then they kind of die. My fear of creating a database that we populate is that it's a monster you need to feed, and 5 years from now nobody's using it. And rather than 20 countries responding with a Word document, we only have 10 or something like that. Yeah. Is there a question over here? Yeah.
A little bit into the history. I remember for like maybe 10 or 15 years ago, there was some questions we were getting. Like I think it was quite many questions we were getting. It was very complicated to answer them. I remember that. And that kind of method, it simply died on the second year very quickly. So we have to be careful when we are doing a change in this, because I think this is a useful thing.
I mean, the path of least resistance is to just keep doing what we're doing. We send the Word document. You go get last year's and you just kind of update it, maybe delete a paragraph, add a paragraph. I know for you, those of you that come from big countries that have a lot of labs, it's hard to herd all those cats, sort of thing, but yeah.
One of your questions was, what do we think of George's summary? Excellence. It was concise, it was entertaining, but you drew our attention to what we're covering at the moment. So really well done, and I really appreciate the time you've invested. In terms of reducing the burden, have you played with AI? Have you put those reports into ChatGPT and say, yeah, give me a summary? You have already. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, and could that be used to create this database?
I mean, artificial intelligence is only as good as the stuff you put into it. So I'm not sure that if you could give it bullet points and it will make national reports out of it.
If you've got a consistent format like you've got in these reports, you could essentially data scrape and very easily populate your spreadsheet or your database. Title, authors, subjects, boom, 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 boom. And that could be done semi-automated. And it might be reduced to this idea of creating the database. Because Emma's suggestion, I like it. Very quickly searchable. But to invest your time to create that database, that's just an added burden.
I'm like the chairs can maybe speak to this. Like again, like the national reports come out of a requirement of the terms of reference of this working group, and that like such a data scrape that might involve countries that do not do reporting, that do not want certain things being reported in the national reports, could then be an overreach of the working group if we publish such a report on other people's behalves.
Control F is pretty powerful, especially if you're like following somebody like Pika and you're like, I just want to cut through the noise. I just want to find everything that he's doing. Control F, type in the name, boom, you're there, right? I don't need to go search some database or something like that. Yeah.
I had one addition. I like the synthesis George made, but he already got all the national reports down to keywords. Maybe we can skip all those questions, but I'm not even looking at those questions anymore. It's just copy-paste. But maybe if you take those keywords and give each country report or each project predefined keywords. So then it's not different keywords all the time. It's just, I'm looking for selectivity and shrimp or something, and then you have two. And if you can add that to your database, then you can easily find things, maybe. That's one. I have another one. I was wondering, where is the FAO project in the country report? Or should be the FAO country report? All countries, but are they in there? Yeah? They're hidden somewhere? Okay.
So I was just wondering if there's a way to track, Garrick, I can't remember if you do it the same way every year, but a way to sort of look at changes over time to have a consistent format so we can kind of see over time, how those changes. I don't know, I don't have anything really that clever at the moment, but maybe we could chat about it. But it would be neat to sort of see progression and changes in interest and focus over time somehow.
I think like a consistent format always is good. When I started this in 2019, there was the idea like making word clouds. And if you make word clouds out of what this group does, it's fish. Like out of these national reports, because they're so short, like from word clouds you get no discernible idea of what's actually going on. Just because the headers and all these things that just completely wipe out like everything that you could just do. But I think in general, like if we agree on certain topics, we have certain topic groups that are going, then we can definitely see over time how these projects are changing. And the, like maybe 5 years ago, escape panels and lit up hatches were the thing, and we were listening to 6-7 presentations of that, and there's none of that this year as far until sort of like these kind of progressions can be read into the national reports. And if you set the topics right, like if you set the filters right, what you're looking for, and like what kind of categories you want in there, then yes, I'm pretty sure you'll see a progression. If we would just do it in like last 4 years, you would definitely see a progression. I'm stuck.
I got to tell a personal story here that Georg shared with me yesterday. He said when he took his job with Hampy Jan, one of the terms of condition in the interview process was that he would come to this meeting every year. Could you imagine? Could you imagine being so bold as to say that to your employer, saying, I'll work for you, but only if I get to come to FTFB every year? That's amazing. So anyways, I just wanted to share that, just to give you a sense for the loyalty and the passion that he has for this group. And I just want to give him another round of applause. All right, so that brings us to...
I have 3 short things. The first one is I really like this idea of summarizing it somehow, whatever we do. And these questions, just to explain why these questions were there, some of them were a request from other ICES groups, like the PETS question. So they ask us and say, we want to use your work, we want to use your national reports, but we don't want to read the 170 pages to identify the few projects which are related to pet species. So please, can you pre-select it for us because you know your research better. That's why we have kept them in for a while. This was for others, and we have to be as group visible to other groups. So I think it's worth to think about how we can be more visible, how we can make it more digestible for others to see what we do in relation to others. This was the one thing, even if it's an Excel table or whatever it is, I like a summary where people can, or we can, or other can see what it is. The second thing is, one of the questions from Paul was how we can ease the burden for all. And we always think, we discussed so far the burden for us as writers. We discussed the burden for Georg as person who do it. But we forget the burden of the chairs who has to summarize them. And knowing, I have done it for a while, that even if you send out a template with a special style sheet, it comes a mess back. So the chair, and I'm not sure who did it this year, Noëlle, maybe Paul? You did it. So it's a mess to take all these different style sheets again back to ICES style sheets. So if you do it next time, if there's a template, I propose to really stick to this template, copy text in as not formatted text and things like this. It's real burden. Now, because the chairs prepared it, isn't it?
I fixed it before I gave it.
Okay. And the last thing I want to mention that is, Georg, you are the one I have in mind when I write these national reports, because I know that at least one person read it carefully, and we do it for you.
All right, it's time to move on. We're running a little late in the schedule. This brings us to focus session number 1. You know that when Noëlle has been explaining the difference between a topic group, a study group, a working group. We've also have something now called focus sessions. This is focus session number 1, uncertainties surrounding active bottom contacting fishing gear parameters and fuel consumption. So we had one yesterday on gear switching. This is the other one, although on the website they were in different orders, but we packaged it differently. Anyways, Chris, are you here? Yep, perfect. All right, take it away. Yep, there you go.
Hi everyone, so I'm Christian Metcalf from the University of Exeter in the UK. I'm actually one of the 51 new people that have joined this meeting this week. And so I think I'd like to start by saying thank you to the chairs for giving us this opportunity and platform to talk about something that is actually quite a sensitive topic, particularly in the past and then with current media coverage around bottom trawling. So there's a bit of information about the structure of the session today, but I'm just going to give you a bit of background first. So the University of Exeter is leading a global project with around 100 scientists around the world at the moment to map and quantify seabed carbon and its emission pathways. And Chris and I are kind of leading one of the work packages that is focusing on trying to understand contemporary disturbance from fisheries. And largely that was because Chris and I have worked quite heavily with vessel monitoring system data, AIS and VMS. And then once we started this project and it started to move forward, we started to realise there's a lot of challenges with integrating information on vessel parameters, fishing gears and seabed interactions into those models. And so that is kind of why we're here today. So as I said, there's lots of coverage around the impacts of bottom trawling on the seabed. Much of the media coverage that we see is largely driven by estimates derived from global studies, and in the first part of this session what we're going to hear about is some of the assumptions underpinning those estimates that have resulted in them being quite large. And then, so Chris is going to do that first, and then we've got Chris and Luca then giving an overview of some research on some areas, how to put this better, like how we've tried to address those uncertainties and reduce them in those modelling frameworks. And then in the afternoon, after lunch, we'll have 4 more talks that are focused on kind of innovations in experimental studies and research trying to improve estimates of other parameters that kind of feed into these global models of carbon emissions. I think I'm keeping this brief because I know that we're over time. That's that. Yeah, so ultimately what we're aiming to do is, from this session, is what we want to know is if there's appetite in this working group to collectively work together to address these uncertainties. And if there is appetite and willingness, then what we'd like to do is either propose a topic group for the next few sessions or meetings, or look at integrating with other proposed topic groups that have been put forward or being considered this week. So if anyone wants to chat to us at the end of today, that would be great. Yeah, so the structure is we've got 3 talks. First of all, there should be time for some questions. We'll try and keep them brief. There is a quiz that we'll give you the code to so that you can think about over lunch a few questions that might feed into the afternoon's discussion. We'll have lunch, and then we've got 4 talks, and then there'll be some time for discussion and reflection. So I'm going to hand over to Chris to start, but again, I'd like to say thank you to the chairs for this opportunity.
Hello everyone. So, as Christian said, I'm Chris Kerry. I'm also from the University of Exeter with Christian, and I've got 2 talks back to back for you. This first one is sort of more of an introduction to the focus session, and I suppose why we're having it, what's driven the need for it. So again, I'd like to thank the chairs and thank Antonello for facilitating us being able to do this. The names you see there are all the people who have fed into creating this focus session as well, so I'd like to thank them. So what are we doing? We're looking at uncertainties in active bottom contacting fishing gear, their parameters, and fuel consumption estimates. But before we do that, I actually want to go on a little bit of a tangent, and hopefully by the end of the presentation you'll see why. And this is just to talk a little bit more generally about knowledge creation and research. So Christian and I and the University of Exeter come from a sort of a traditional academic institution, and our training always sort of drove us towards the peer-reviewed literature. Things like these search engines, Scopus, Web of Science, even Google Scholar. And these only search for that peer-reviewed literature. So, you know, when we're starting projects and we're thinking about the knowledge that we need to undertake those projects, we're very much consigning ourselves to what's already been done academically. And because of that, quite often we miss out on other really important sources of information, collectively known as grey literature, so things like government reports, these are all from the UK, white papers, things like technical reports. And quite often these, this sort of information is really data heavy, lots of information in there, and also quite often it's more recent. If you remember back yesterday to what Paul was saying about the publication process and the frustrations in the lag of time to get things published. So, one example of a publication that came out about 4 years ago was by Salah as the lead author. And just before we start, this Salah is not our beloved Antonello. Okay. So, you know, as we go through this, any feelings that it may generate, please don't direct them towards Antonello. This is a different, this is a different Salah. So this is a publication. It's called "Protecting the Global Ocean for Biodiversity, Food, and Climate," and it was a huge global study that essentially looked at how extractive activities in the ocean affected these three topics: biodiversity, food, climate. And so the rest of this talk, I'm going to focus on the climate aspect of that. And when we talk about extractive activities, that really, in this context, is a pseudonym for those active bottom contacting fishing gears. And when we talk about climate, that's a pseudonym for CO2 emissions. So the big statement, the big result that came out of this study was that about 1,470 million tons of CO2 was estimated to be produced by active bottom trawling annually in the first year of trawling. And then there's a subsequent reduction until about year 9, where they estimated about 580 million tons were extracted. Now, this isn't the first time that the carbon impact of these gears has been spoken about, but it really was this high estimate here which led to a lot of attention. And the reason for that is because that estimate, which here has been rounded up to 1,500, exceeds the annual global aviation emissions that were estimated in 2019 at 918 million tons. And so, if you remember back to the last slide, despite there being that continuum of uncertainty in those estimations, this really was seized by the press. Initially through the environmental NGO movement and a few headlines from some pages of different NGOs here. We could talk about trawling fueling climate change, We talk about bottom trawling in the ocean, running the tap on the Earth's largest carbon sink. Then things about directly comparing it to global aviation, again, to air travel. And then even more than this, this is a really big newspaper in the UK with quite a large readership, and they ran a story which sort of showed that comparison, and it also ended up quite high profile on the BBC News website. However, these estimates were created through a literature review of the peer-reviewed literature, which hopefully, as you can see, I'm alluding to the fact that that isn't always doesn't always have the richest information, certainly maybe not the most up-to-date. And there are a lot of assumptions that were put in that model. And so there's been a lot of pushback on it. And probably the most high profile of those pushbacks was an official rebuke by Jan Hiddink in 2023. And so just one part of that model that Sala used suggested that in the top 1 meter of seabed sediment, there's a constant rate of carbon all the way down. That's what that red line is. And they estimated that carbon content as if it was at the surface. Now, Hiddink ran some tests, and hopefully you can see from the other lines on that graph, we have the depth on the y-axis and the degradation rate on the x-axis. The different lines are different types of sediment carbon content. And you can see that as you go down the depth profile, the carbon content drops off quite drastically. So Hiddink reran Sala's model, but instead of having a constant carbon rate, he had this dynamic carbon rate. And when he did this, we look at how the estimates change. So this is the median estimate for the Sala paper, which was just over 1,000 million tons. And then this change led to the median for Hiddink being more around 7.6 million tons, which is a reduction in 2 orders of magnitude. That's one source of uncertainty, but there are numerous others in that Sala model. One being the sediment carbon content. So Sala used, he split the global sediment map into 3 categories. We had fine sediment, coarse sediment, and sandy sediment. And so I think we need to think about how reflective do we think grouping the global scale of sediment into 3 discrete categories is. We then need to think about the disturbance extent. So in that Sala paper, firstly, if we think about disturbance in terms of the actual amount, then we need to calculate the global footprint of all the vessels that are bottom trawling. And Luca is going to talk about that next. But we also need to think about the gear width. So in that paper, Sala suggested, or his estimates were based on the fact that the impact is the same across the entire gear width. So it's a uniform impact. And whether we believe that that's true. And then also, they went onto vessel registries and they found the gear type for each vessel. Now, vessels where the gear type wasn't defined, they assumed that it was an otter trawl, and whether that's a reasonable assumption. And then we look at the disturbance effect. So this is once that sediment's been stirred up, what happens to it? And they applied a constant rate to that disturbance effect, which suggests that regardless of the sediment type, regardless of the gear type, a certain amount will be remineralized back into the seabed, and whilst another certain amount will be suspended in the water column. And then the last big one I want to talk about is the emission pathway. So once that sediment's in the water column, it was assumed in this paper that eventually all of the carbon in that sediment would make its way into the atmosphere as atmospheric CO2. And none of these have been really challenged in any significant way yet. One thing that is missing from this is the estimates that come from the fuel consumption on the vessels, and Noëlle and Antonella will be talking a bit more about ways that can be estimated in our second session. So this leads me on to a bit of research that we did, actually the research that led to us thinking that this might be a good proposal for this research group. And this is when we decided to look at the regional variation in active bottom contacting fishing gear parameters. So just a bit of context, we defined them for this study as these 4 gear types. We had otter trawlers, beam trawlers, demersal seines, and dredgers. And just to remind you, so in that Sala paper, that 1,470 million tons of CO2 came from the global footprint, which was estimated at about 1.3% of the global ocean. And so we were really looking out of those 4 sort of categories I put up earlier to examine the disturbance extent and how can we look at uncertainties within that. So in the Sala paper, as I said, they used gear width as a proxy for area disturbed, evenly across that gear width. Now, the problem that Sala had was that there is a registry of vessels with vessel lengths, but there isn't the accompanying gear widths for those vessels. So in order to calculate this, they needed to establish that relationship. Something like this, where you have a smaller vessel being able to tow a smaller gear and a larger vessel being able to tow a larger gear. The only data that was available to create these estimates was for the European fleet through the Bensis project. And so Sala used the European relationship and extrapolated it globally. And so our research question really was to investigate whether this assumption is fair. So to do that, we did a literature review. And because we're academics, we did a peer-reviewed literature review. This was the search terms that we used. We had the first search term referred to the seafloor and its various synonyms, and then search term 2 and 3 referred to the gears that we're specifically interested in, so trawling, seining, dredging, and we're interested in marine sediments, so we excluded anything from inland fishing. Through the literature review process, we came to 209 publications, and we read them in full. And so here are just some results of that. The first one is that, so we've got the map here split by FAO major fishing regions, and what's clear is that, the darker colours represent higher rate of publications for that region. And so for the Northeast Atlantic, there was 42% of publications, and for the Mediterranean, there was 35%. So Northeast Atlantic is number 27, Mediterranean 37. Together, just under 80% of all publications for those 2 regions. And then on the flip side of that, there were 7 regions that had no data, mainly around the high latitudes and the west coast of Africa. So then we looked by the gear type, those 4 gear types. If you look at the pie chart or donut circle in the middle there, 3/4 of all publications looked at otter trawls. The remaining gear types made it 1/4. And then when we look at the gear type by region, we can see that in actual fact there's data on anything other than an autotrawl, so those other 3 gears, in only 5 regions. And even then, there's few studies. So, first thing that we did was regardless of where it was, we got all the times that a publication gave us the gear width specification for their gear. And we split it by gear type, so we've got autotrawls, then beam trawls, then dredges. And the first thing that we can see is that there's a significant difference in those gear type widths for each gear type. And interestingly, the autotrawl has a significantly larger gear width than the other 2. So when we're looking at those, when SAL is looking at those undefined fishing vessels and attributing them to autotrawls, we're giving them a bigger gear width straight off. Next thing we did was, what we really wanted to do was to see if we could create those relationships between gear length and the gear width, or it's defined as door spread here. But there were so few publications that reported both those metrics together that we were unable to do that directly. So instead we had to look at the vessel length by region and the door spread by region. And you can see that in the top there in A, the Northeast Atlantic, which had the most data in that yellow, is significantly different to 4 of those other regions in terms of vessel length, and it's significantly different to 2 of those regions in terms of door spread. However, obviously, as I've said all the way through, this is really data poor. So we're really reticent to infer anything major from those significant relationships because they may just be due to a lack of data. This is for autotrawlers, where we had most data. When we looked at beam trawlers and dredges, it was even more data poor. And the only reason that I'm putting this graph up is purely to show you that outside of the Northeast Atlantic and the Mediterranean, we only had data on beam trawlers in the Northwest Pacific, and we only had data on dredges in the Northwest Atlantic. All of the other regions were absent. So what can we conclude from this? Obviously, there is major data gaps and there's a major regional bias in the peer-reviewed publications. And it's leading to the over-representation of autotrawling, possibly in those SALA estimates, and and as such the accuracy of global extrapolations. And in that peer review process, there was really inconsistent gear reporting of the different metrics, which really inhibited us from looking at those relationships in more depth. Now, I spoke about some of the results of this at the last session, and it was really interesting to speak to a few of you who suggested that actually the relationship between vessel length and gear width may not be as important as the relationship between fishing depth and gear width. And so that is certainly something that I'd be interested in investigating more. But overall, we've just come up with one statement about the SALA paper, which is to suggest that the extrapolation of those European parameters globally may be over-representing the trawl footprint, but we really need more data and more standardized data to perform any sort of robust analysis on this. So with that, I say thank you, and does anybody have any quick questions? I think, yeah, we'll take probably one question. Dave.
Steve Ayres from Australia. Congratulations. Really love the way you've debunked that paper. I hope those authors lay awake at night and feel really stupid. I mean, some of their assumptions are pretty ridiculous when you think about it. Two questions, I guess. Am I correct in that they assumed virgin seabed when they did their estimates? Yeah. So presumably the figures that you presented might even differ again. Mm-hmm. And in terms of what you're trying to do, what will you use that information for? How will that be applied?
Yeah, so the first question is yes, it was assumed that it was virgin seabed. That's something I should have mentioned. So obviously that's another assumption, as we know that the seabed's been trawled for centuries. What we're trying to do with this information is to get it out there as similar to Hiddink, really. We want the truth of that footprint. At the moment, the overarching narrative is of this story of trawling exceeding aviation, and that's because it's a nice story, it's an easy one, it's catchy, and we really want to try and reverse that narrative, because even with changing one parameter, we really reduce that, and I imagine if we can get better data on the others, it's going to reduce it even further.
Yes, Pieter Molenaar from Wageningen Marine Research. I worked also on the Bentis project a little bit to collect actually the sizes of the gears, but I sometimes think it's very difficult to relate gear width to vessel length. I'll give you one example. We have a small fleet of, we call it medium vessels. They're about 24 meters. But the first half of the week, they fish for shrimp with the beam trawl, 2 times 9 meters beam trawl. The second half of the week, because they're not allowed to make more hours on shrimp, they switch to beam trawls for sole. But because it's a small vessel, they switch to small beam trawls. So then the second half of the week, they used 2 4.5 meter beam trawls. So that's significantly smaller. But then a couple of weeks later, the squid season starts. So they switch to otter trawls, same vessel. So they go otter trawling with a single rig otter trawl with 50 meter door spread. But a couple of weeks later, the summer starts, so they go for placed. So they take a twin rig otter trawl with door spread of 110 meters. This is all one vessel, same size. So how to deal with that?
Yeah, so this is why we're here, right? Actually, save that thought and write it down in about 20 minutes or so, if that's all right. Because this is exactly, I've presented a few of those uncertainties, but given the expertise in this room, there's certainly stuff that we haven't said that is probably going to your brains now, and it would be great if we could get that down in one place. Yeah, so I think we're going to have to move on now to our second talk. So Luca is going to share about tracking the global trawling fleet. Cheers, man. That's great. There you go.
Thank you, Chris. Hi everyone, my name is Luca. I'm a fisheries analyst at Global Fishing Watch, and as Chris said, this is the first time for me attending this meeting, so it's really a pleasure to be here today. You might know who Global Fishing Watch is. We are an international NGO. We use satellite technology, notably ICES data, but other as well that I present later, and we use machine learning and data visualization to try to build the most, an accurate picture of human activity at sea. And we do this for several reasons: to improve transparency of what happens at sea, but also to support scientific research and try to reduce IUU. And our mission, again, is to try to advance ocean governance through the use of data sets, but as I said, by also supporting research and other organizations to work with this data. And we share this information publicly, And I will talk a bit about today about one of our data sets in particular, but we work with a wide range of stakeholders. So from researchers to industry, RFMOs, governments, and journalists. And our main data source is ICES, which some of you might know. It stands for Automatic Identification System, but it's a device that is placed on board the vessels. It's mandatory for European vessels larger than 15 meters, and was built as a safety device. And we process all the data from coming broadcasted from the vessel that can either go through satellite or terrestrial receiver, and we process this data through machine learning, artificial intelligence to classify fishing. In our data set, we don't distinguish between bottom trawling and pelagic trawling, which when we're thinking about trying to quantify impact on the seafloor, like things that Chris was mentioning, it's really important. And so something we're working on now is to build a separate model than our current general model to really try to distinguish bottom trawling and pelagic trawling, and I will talk a bit about that today. So I will talk about how we are a bit the model itself and show some of the results and all of its, like some of its caveats. And I'm also here to, like, I'm very interested in getting into potential uncertainties and things to be aware while building this model. And also just to offer this data set will be, if you are interested in checking the data set, I will share with you also contact to just get in touch and get on the data set. So why doing this? Again, of all the vessels broadcasting ICES, around 40% are trawlers, and so it's clearly very important for us to distinguish which ecosystem in the ocean they are targeting. It's the bottom, is the pelagic, and this has, of course, a wide range of implications for studies like Chris just reported on. And our model is a year before artificial intelligence is just as good as the stuff that comes in, so it's really important to try to give good data to the model, and that's, we do it through some of a way that we do that through is to label data, and we have a tool, an internal tool that is a labeling tool, which essentially allows us to label the track of the vessel, and we have done that with experts that labeled around 134 vessels. And then we have access to some logbook data with governments that we work with, such as Norway, Chile, and in Italy we had access to also the label for some trawlers in the Adriatic. So this data is used to train our model. And again, I acknowledge it right away. This is also a limitation because when then you're trying to build a global picture, having only these labels, of course, can work better in some region or worse in other regions. So that is something we acknowledge, and it would be great to get more data to the model. I will not talk a lot about the model architecture, but our general fishing model uses it's a convolutional neural network model, and this is a transformer model, which is a bit in line with today's science of artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT or language model are based on this. But what this allows us to do, like the main improvement of using this model, is that we can use a fixed time window to classify position into trawling, bottom trawling, or pelagic trawling, and not a fixed amount of position. And this again, how it's done is that we have a vessel track, we thin that vessel track, and for each position we get a timestamp of the position, X and Y, so just if it was a plane and not just latitude and longitude to avoid the model to be biased based on where it is, and then features like speeds, the distance to shore, and depth. And then we have this time window where predictions are made, and this shifts over time, so that hopefully the model improves by looking at before and after what the vessel is doing. So this was the main change with our general fishing model, that if you used our data before is what we used. Some of the results, again, don't want to get into the technicalities too much, but essentially the worst predictions, so sort of especially looking at precision, our worst results are on mid-water trawling, meaning that we are not always classifying pelagic trawling, mid-water trawling right. And on the other hand, we are doing quite good with classifying bottom trawling activity, but there is definitely a range for improvement in classifying mid-water trawling activity. So what will happen is that the most common instance is that often when we call a mid-water trawler being mid-water trawling, that might be bottom trawling. So that's where, for now, the larger source of for lack of accuracy, for precision, is in our model. And yeah, and so this is some results that we have also been showing. So if we look at all the vessels that are registered as bottom trawlers on the right, you can see that we're getting a good sense of, in our prediction, what is bottom trawling. You see it in ours. Whereas on the right, where the vessels registered as pelagic trawlers, there is still some vessels that, again, we classified as pelagic trawling, but are actually bottom trawling. And this, we really don't know if it has to do with the fact also that there is uncertainty in the registry, that a vessel is registered as a bottom trawler, maybe is also using mid-water trawling gear, because we're classifying events, so single fishing events, and that's a source of uncertainty that we don't understand yet, and we have to work more to understand more and talk to experts like you more to understand what are the possible cause of this uncertainty. This is again more on where we think are like false positive, so uncertainties, but I like to just maybe skip to some of the results. So in terms of differences in some of the features that we used, we found that globally bottom trawling events are longer than mid-water trawling events, and that speed didn't have a significant difference between the two. And also that pelagic trawlers usually travel less, shorter distance compared to bottom trawlers. At the end, what everything that I've been trying to talk about allow us to do is to distinguish the footprint of these two gear types at a global level with a lot of caveats, like we are aware of some uncertainty of the model, but you can already see in some of these figures that I'm seeing, that I'm showing in blue is what we think is pelagic trawling, and in red in orange is bottom trawling events. And you can already see that in our data, this can lead to a large impact in terms of dividing the gear type. And if our data is being used by other people looking at impact of this two gear type, then it's a lot better to distinguish these two, because clearly there is a differences in the space and the seabed that is targeted by the different gears. And some region, like in Alaska, we see that there is a clear distinction by the area. There is not a clear distinction between the areas that are used by bottom trawler and midwater trawlers, and so that also can be a challenge when using this data. Chris referred before to using European parameters to derive gear footprint relationships, and we did that for in here just for the meeting. I created it for the ICES region, but we have also estimate of this for the global level, and that clearly can have a lot of uncertainties, as Chris has shown, and so we hope that working with Chris and potentially with some of you will improve these estimates. Again, more figures, some more overall results, global results. We observed that around 83% of trawlers are bottom trawling globally, whereas only approximately 14% are using midwater trawling gear. And the global swept area that, again, we calculated using this model is 0.14%, which, again, is a much lower estimate than what we have observed in other literature. So I'll just end here. I mentioned this before, that we acknowledge that there are a lot of caveats, and we'll try to work to improve some of those. Thank you.
Luca's got a second talk after lunch, so any questions, either grab them at lunch or there'll be time for questions with Luca after lunch, if that's okay. Just before we go, don't want to keep you too much longer. We have, as I mentioned to PK, we have this Menti quiz. We'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't mind logging in. And there's a couple of questions on there regarding your perceptions of uncertainty with regard to those estimations, and also where you see where this group might be best placed to help with reducing that.
And then the second part is kind of what other sources of uncertainty that you think that is also being overlooked, and that's been mentioned, like gear switching, and then also potentially some of the mitigation methods that some trawlers are employing to reduce their impact on the seabed. That's not captured in current models. So you don't need to do it now. Have a think about it, and then over lunch you'll be able to populate that, and then hopefully you can integrate it into this afternoon's discussion.
Thank you so much. We've got a few announcements, but first for the presenters. So as I said, we'll break now for lunch and return at 2:30 to finish this conversation. I really encourage everyone to come back to engage in this conversation, and also to provide feedback through here. I haven't looked at the questions yet, but also over the course of the week. I'm sure everyone would have liked to have gone back and talked to the other Sala and given perspective to that person before that paper was written. So this is an opportunity to provide that perspective now. So I would suggest that all of us experts provide some context and information to these folks. I also wanted to mention that for the excursion, there's still 33 people who haven't paid yet. So they're going to sit outside the door here. We need everyone to pay because they've already reserved the buses and everything. So please make sure you pay for the excursion on your way to lunch. And I also wanted to confirm for Monday that they are going to arrange for us a big dinner and live music. So that is on for Monday. You can plan on it. And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at 2:30. continue with our focus session here, but I just wanted to make a quick announcement. So for the excursion on Sunday, there's quite a few people that signed up who I think have changed their minds, which is fine, but we need to plan because I think we're gonna have to go down to one bus. So I'm gonna circulate this. Please, if you have your name on it and you're no longer planning to go on the excursion, no problem, but just cross it off. And then we know who to hunt down for money if your name is not crossed off. So please just let us know if you're no longer going so we can make arrangements.
Pass and scratch.
Thank you.
The laptop not connected?
Okay, sorry about that. All right, let's turn these off.
Which one are we numbering now?
This one here. Yeah, that's it.
No. Right, cool. Hey everyone. Listen up. There we go. All right, so we're going to start the second half of the session now, and we've got our first speaker, which is Noëlle, who's going to give an overview of some innovations in fishing gear, fishing gears. Sorry.
Hi everyone, my name is Noëlle, and I'm a PhD student from DTU Aqua, Denmark. And now I will present my research with title The Impact of Ground Gear Weight and Sediment Type on the Towing Resistance and Geometry of Demersal Trawl Fishing Gear. This research conducted by me, Tiago Malta, Esther Savina, Barry O'Neill from DTU Aqua. Demersal trawl has increased public concern due to its physical bottom contact. This physical bottom contact can lead to habitat destruction, benthic mortality, seabed carbon release, and carbon emission from fuel consumption. And researchers and industry try to solve this problem and make this fishing practice more sustainable by modifying contact component of this fishing gear, such ground gear modification, door modification, and sweep modification. By understanding the relationship between fishing gear design, towing resistance, and troll geometry can lead us to reduce the fuel consumption and minimize the bottom contact of this fishing gear. And to understand more about this relationship, last year we did sea trials using research vessel Havixen in Kattegat Sea, Denmark, with research objective to investigating the effect of ground gear weight and seabed type on towing load and troll geometry. During this experiment, we tested common Danish bottom troll with 3 different ground gear weight: light ground gear, medium ground gear, and heavy ground gear. For the light and medium ground gear, basically are same ground gear, but in medium ground gear, we insert chain ring in between rubber discs to increase weight 5 times compared to light ground gear. While in heavy ground gear, we increase extreme weight until 10 times compared to light ground gear, but consequently, we also change the geometry of the ground gear. These 3 ground gear were tested on Denmark, Kattegat Sea, the strait between Denmark and Sweden. We tested these 3 ground gear on 4 different sediment types, from sand, soft sand, sediment, and mud. We tested this ground gear with 3 different towing speed, 2.5 half knot until 3.5 half knot. For each sediment, we collected seabed sample by using grab vivant as shown as on the video. After we collected the sediment, we characterize the sediment based on the silt fraction, or the proportion of the sediment less than 63 micron. From our characterization, we categorize the sediment with 4% of fine sand, 4% of silt fraction as fine sand, and then for 20% of silt fraction as soft sand, and then for 51% silt fraction as muddy sand, and then for 81% of silt fraction as mud. During the experiment, we monitored the troll geometry, especially the door spread, distance between 2 doors, and wing spread, distance between wing end, and headline height, distance between top of headline to the bottom of the seabed. To collecting data of this geometry, we equipped the door with the Simrad door sensor, and then we attach Simrad wing sensor to monitor the wing spread sensor. And then for the headline height, we also equip the top of headline with the Simrad troll height sensor. And for monitoring the current flow around the fishing gear, we installed Vallo flow meter on the top of the headline. And then to record all the data of the load during the haul, we install 4 load cells, 2 between door and net, and 2 between door and the fishing vessel. And for documentation purpose, we install on the top of the headline underwater camera and the wing end of the troll. Yeah, this is the documentation of the camera from the top of headline, showing when we tested these 3 ground gear on the soft sand. So we can see that these 3 ground gear have different motion. That especially we can see that in heavy ground gear, the motion is more dynamic compared light ground gear and medium ground gear. And then this is the result of the tension load when we towing the heavy ground gear on the 4 different sediment type with the different towing speed. Red line showing the heavy ground gear when it tested on the firm sand, orange line showing when it tested on the soft sand, green line showing when it tested on the sandy mud, and blue line showing when it tested on the muddy area. In here, quite clear that when we changing from hard to softer sediment, it also consequently increase our towing load. And this also applied when we tested the other ground gear, like medium ground gear. Although the data is quite messy in the light and medium ground gear. But in here, when we compare these 3 pictures, we can also see the trend that when we change the weight from the light to heavier ground gear, the towing load also will increase. Let's move to the troll geometry. In here, we look for the headline height parameter. When we tested the heavy ground gear on different sediment, it's showing that it have a reverse relation compared to the towing load. That when we move from hard to softer sediment, the headline height getting lower in here. And when we compare to when we tested the light and medium ground gear, it also have same behavior. That's when we change from hard to softer sediment, the headline height getting lower. But in here, it's not really clear the effect of weight with the headline height. Let's move to torque spread. In the torque spread parameter, we can see there is a trend similar with the towing load that when we changing from hard to softer sediment, when we tested the heavy ground gear, the torque spread getting wider. And when we tested the light and medium ground gear, it's also have similar pattern. That's the torque spread will get increased. And then in here, when we compare these 3 pictures, we can see that the torque spread will decrease as you increase the weight. And then we move to wing spread parameter. In here, it's similar with the torque spread, that when we move from hard to softer sediment, it will result the wing spread will getting wider. And this is also applied when we tested the light and medium ground gear. And when we compare these 3 pictures, we can see the trend that the heavier ground gear make the wing spread smaller. Yeah, in overall, I can summarize that when we move from hard to softer sediment can result increase in the towing load, increase the torque spread, increase the wing spread, and reduce the headline height. While when we changing the ground gear from light to heavier weight, it resulted increase the towing load, decrease the torque spread, and decrease the wing spread. However, in my current analysis, it's not displaying that the effect of the weight of the ground gear to the headline height. And this preliminary result from this experiment highlight the need to take into account the sediment type, towing speed, gear component weight when assessing the impact of the fishing gear, and provide essential knowledge for improving the design and development of demersal troll, contributing to their fuel efficiency while minimizing the environmental impact. This research is part of Reykjavik project in collaboration with Hampijan, Iceland, SINTEF Norway, and DTU Denmark, and CNR Italy. funded by Blue Bio Fund. If you want interest more about this project, I welcome if you have any question or can send email to my email or reach me on my LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Not finished yet. Does anyone have any questions? No. I've got the microphone.
Hi, Noëlle, really cool presentation. I think it's cool stuff you did there. I was wondering, so when the gear is heavier, the spread gets bigger. That's okay. But then why if the sediment...
No.
No?
When gear heavier, the spread will decrease.
Decrease. But when the sand gets softer, it will...
Increase.
Increase?
Yeah.
Why do you think it increases when the sediment is softer?
When sediment softer, it's also can result the deeper penetration also. That will increase the load also, and maybe the spreading force also get increased. Yeah, we still looking for that also.
Right,
but it's my hypothesis now. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jesse Brinko from University of Norway, Arctic University. I got a question for you. It was a nice presentation, thanks. Did you account for the depth? Was there a difference in depth when you compared sand compared to mud, for instance?
Okay, yeah. We also record the depth, and in here, the depth also have correlation with the sediment. So in the deeper area, it's in the softer for softer sediment we found in the deeper area, but the range is about 8 until 20 meter. With our warp, it's about 108 meter. Yeah.
Thank you, Noëlle.
Yeah. Okay.
So next up we have Luca.
Thank you. It's me again. Before I talked about IES data, so somehow to where we have already like a good information, which is not the reality for a lot of countries and or for some parts of the world. So a data set we have developed lately at Global Fishing Watch is detections of fishing vessels from radar imagery, from satellite imagery, and that's a bit what I will talk about today. This is all done to try to monitoring fishing effort, fishing activity, and why is that important? Well, today, like we report the number of fishing days, at least in the Mediterranean, the number of boats for different areas from logbooks reported by fishers. Oh, okay. However, using vessel tracking devices data allow us to have a more precise understanding of the spatial and temporal distribution of fishing activity. And that is really useful for managing fisheries for several ways. But vessel tracking data is not always available for to use to scientists, and sometimes because again they're private, but other times just because they're not implemented. And there is a large chunk of fisheries that are not monitored with a system like IES or VMS. And so last year we published this data set that what you're looking at here is detections of different objects in the ocean from infrastructures like wind and oil infrastructures, but also vessels. We also, from those detections from the satellite, which I will show up a little bit on how that works later, we classify also, or at least try to classify if those are fishing vessels or non-fishing vessels. And so in this way, we can try also to monitor vessels that don't have a tracking system. And a good example of that is the Mediterranean and some parts of in Africa as well, the west coast of Africa, where we lack vessel tracking system, notably like IES. And what we do with this detection is that we match with the information that we have in IES. So we know if a detection from the satellite has the IES system or not. And in this figure here, you see that the blue dots are those that are vessels with IES, and the red dots are the ones that don't have IES. So a large portion of the vessel activity is not publicly monitored, is not tracked. And that is really important to take into consideration when we're managing the fisheries. So how those detections, those points that you're looking at the screen are created, we use imagery from the European Space Agency. This satellite is Sentinel-1. What we do is that we take this imagery and essentially we have an algorithm that from this imagery detects the object, the vessels. And this is like what imagery looks like, and essentially the algorithm finds bright pixel in respect to the background ocean and classify that as a vessel. And going back to the Mediterranean, which is where like the results I'll present about today are on, is that again the use of IES really only partially covers the fishing fleet. If you look at the picture on the top there, you can observe that like North Africa looks like almost like a big protected area. We have no IES fishing hours recorded there. And in the bottom is the picture that you have with the radar, with the detections from radar, and now you see that a lot of detections come up. And so this is why, again, this technology can be helpful for us for have a better understanding of the fishing pressure in areas where also sometimes are shared. So like, for example, in here, like a lot of those areas are shared between different countries. And why this happens particularly in the Mediterranean, well, is because, of course, there is different regulation. So like you see in the northern part of the Med, again, a lot of the activity is taken up by IES, but not in the North African. It's simply because IES is mandatory for EU vessel and is not for other countries. So the problem with SAR is that we have a low frequency. So there is a picture taken every 5 days. And so we are not really looking here at fine details. Like we are trying to understand what is the spatial and the temporal footprint of those vessels that we detect. So what we use as part of the study is the concept of spatial and temporal autocorrelation, and so essentially what we're looking at are identifying areas where we have a lot of detections, which will be potentially hotspots of vessels, so potential fishing grounds, and areas that are avoided. And what happens is that we create this matrix where we have both space and time, and essentially these areas where we have positive values of this spatial temporal autocorrelation index will be areas where we have recurrent presence of fishing vessels, so that are potentially identified as fishing grounds. And this index results like from the, again, top figure to the bottom one, to what are potentially again, what we think are potentially fishing grounds. So we use this index, along with other parameters like the depth, the distance from the coastline, into a generative additive model, very simple GAM model, where we give this information to the model along with the fishing hours from IES that we have for a large portion of the fleet, so like in the Mediterranean for like all the EU countries, and we use that to essentially then predict on the areas where we don't have the IES hours, and we predict the IES fishing hours for areas where we don't have that. And so finally, we build the predictions of what is fishing hours for all the region, and we give again estimates of also what is the level of fishing activity in areas where we don't have that information before. And we notice, like again, some areas where we saw nothing that are very important area comparable to what we know are very, very important areas in the Mediterranean, like the Adriatic, for example, or again, if we look at the Strait of Sicily, like we know that it's important, like pressure, like again from the Italian fleet here, but again, there is definitely a large pressure from potentially Tunisian vessel as well, that we don't see there. And so, doing that, we established this relationship between SAR vessel detections and IES fishing activity, and provided these specially explicit estimates of troll fishing activity, because what then, looking back at the results, what we found is that these detections, when they matched with IES, most of the time was for trawlers, over 85%. And that because simply looking at IES data, most time is trawlers active on the IES data, and that's for a number of reasons. It's larger vessels, it's vessels that are active for longer period of time. And so, yeah, like we built and published this data set, hoping to fill that gap in areas where we don't have that information from vessel tracking. And why is that useful? Now we're working with researchers in Tunisia that have shared landing data of shark and rays for the troll fleet. And what we're trying to do is to link the clusters of those fishing vessel detections to the landings of rays and sharks in the different ports, and so to understand which are the areas, for example in Tunisia, that contribute most to the landing of these species. So this is a potential application, but again, hopefully there will be more, and it's trying to fill gaps in areas where there is very little data, and this is it. So thank you, and again, from the presentation before, feel free to come talk. We are very much looking for people to look at data sets and to give us feedbacks. It would be super. So thank you.
Any questions for Luca?
Thank you. Ida Campos from Portugal. Do you have an idea of the percentage of vessels in the Mediterranean that are covered by AIS data?
So it very much will depend on different fleets, but if we're talking about what is mandatory, so vessels larger than 15 meters for European vessels, probably if we look at the whole Mediterranean, there is a large portion. It will vary by area, but for example, the area that I was showing before in the Strait of Sicily is probably 60% of that of the fleet is not monitored by AIS. And if we put into account like all SSF as well, that of course it's even more. we're working with higher resolution imagery now also to try to fill that gap. But yeah, I'd say it varies much about areas, and there is not like a straight answer to that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Luca, for this. I'm Gökhan Gökçe from Turkey and also from FAO GFCN. I want to thank you for your 2 presentations, and also I want to say that I am the big fan of the works of Global Fish Watch program. We work together to detect some deep water red shrimp fishery northeastern Mediterranean. You are doing great jobs, and I'm wondering, to validation your results, are you think about using ground truth data which comes from the fisheries observer program or the scientific cruise, or any kind of data comes from the real fishery, like the coordinates, speeds, and fishing areas, to validation your results? Thank you.
Thank you, Gökçe. Definitely, for us, information like that is invaluable. Like, it's very, very important, and it's not always easy to access that information. Again, I had the privilege to access to some information working with you, and sometimes, again, we try to collaborate with other research institutes and to access that, or with countries. We work with some governments. Again, Norway, for example, has shared all of their VMS. Several countries in Latin America have done the same, and logbooks. And so when we have that information, yes, we do take into account. And it's both that, but as well also just sharing our results, like those maps that I've shared and these data sets that I've shared. Like, if you're curious in your area and want to give feedbacks, like, for us it's really important. So absolutely, like, both sharing data or reviewing some of our results, especially in some of, like, the new data sets, like the bottom throat that I presented before, for us will be super valuable. And yeah, there is a contact for others besides just feel free to come talk, but there is also a contact slide in the presentation which I believe will be shared. Yeah, just feel free to contact and to reach out.
I'm willing to share my data sets with you if you want, and with the fish. That's the numbers of the fishing vessels you can detect with the ICES systems. That's the questions comes from our research for the Bosphorus in Istanbul. We are looking for to effort of the purseaners in that area, but we couldn't see any purseaners active in that area. But we know that the purseaners catch fish in that area, so that part is missing. So definitely, ground truth is going to be fine for you and validations. Thank you.
Thank you, Gökçe.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on now.
So next up again we have Noëlle.
Thank you for joining my second session. In this session, I will present my research with title Development of Low Impact and Fuel Efficient Towed Demersal Fishing Gear for Use in North European and Mediterranean Fisheries. This research conducted by me from DTU Aqua, and Emilio Notti from CNR-Italy, and Einar Skaftansson from Hampijan, Iceland, and Tiago, Esther, and Barry O'Neill from DTU Aqua. the rising cost of fuel is a significant challenge for the fisheries industry in Europe, especially bottom trawl fishing, where the fuel have a huge contribution to total of operational costs. To conserve energy in bottom trawl fishing, the first thing to be noted is the reduction of the resistance acting on the fishing gear. So in here, we try to design and develop and evaluate the effectiveness of two-trawl gear design for use in North European and Mediterranean fisheries in reducing the towing drag while maintaining its trawl geometry. To achieve drag reduction, we focus on evaluate existing design and then modify the existing design with focus altering the netting taper to reduce the netting surface area, and then enlarge the mesh size, remove the netting slack. We did 4 tests with the small scale model in our flume tank facility in Hirsals. The model is a traditional Mediterranean trawl, new Mediterranean trawl, traditional North European trawl, and new North European trawl. During the experiment, we using load cell foot tech to measuring the tension load, and then we use the movable camera to record the geometry of the trawl. This is the layout when we tested the 4 model. We installed 2 load cells in between door and the net, and then we measure the door spread using movable camera, and then we measure the wing spread and headline height using movable camera. From here, actually, we can see we did a lot of modification with the new design. This is the net drawing for the traditional and new design. But I want to mention that for the example, we reduce this area. In the new design, we remove that area to reduce the netting area. And then for the example, we also enlarge the mesh size from 60 to 80. For the consequence of the enlargement of mesh size, we also reduce the mesh number from 462 in this fishing line, become 273 in the new design. And this is the capture from camera on the top of the flume tank. We can see that our new design is significantly different, especially we remove this netting area. We can see that on the new design, there is a more tapered triangle compared to the traditional one. And actually, it's hard to see the mesh size with this picture, but I want to highlight in the wing area that we enlarge the mesh size. For the new design, it's more transparent. That's because of the mesh size is larger. And then for the North European trawl, we also did same with Mediterranean. We removed the netting area, and I want to highlight this area. That's in the new design, we add the tapered angle. And then we increase the mesh size. For example, in this wing area, we increase from the 80 to 200. And this is have a consequence with reducing the mesh number from 210 to 108. In here also we changing the net angle and changing the twine diameter. Let's go to the result of the flume tank from the Mediterranean trawl. This is the towing load. When we tested the 2 different ground gear, we did various towing speed. In here, we can see that red line is a new design, have lower towing speed. In average, it's about 26% reduce the towing load. For the geometry, the door spread, for the new design, have a wider door spread compared to the traditional design. And for the wing spread have a wider wing spread compared to traditional one. And then for the sweep angle, it also have a bigger sweep angle compared to the traditional one. And then we go to the headline height parameter. For the new design, there is a reduction of the headline height in lower speed, but in higher speed, it's getting closer with the traditional one. Let's go to the North European troll. In here, we also can see that in North European troll, we reduce the towing load about, in average, 400% for the new design compared to traditional one. And then when we observe the door spread result, that's the new design increase the door spread at the lower, but getting closer with the traditional when we towing with the higher speed. And at the wing spread, it's also giving result. It's reverse compared to the door spread, that it give lower, smaller wing spread. And then for the sweep angle, it's getting higher. For the headline height in North European, it's compared to Mediterranean. Before we see that headline height tend to decrease, but in here the headline height getting increased because in the Mediterranean, in previous, we cut more netting area compared to the North European troll because it's netting characteristic shape. And in overall, from our flume tank test preliminary result, we can see that in overall Mediterranean troll can reduce the towing resistance about 26%, and then for the North European can reduce the towing resistance about 14% compared to the traditional one. Both design can maintain the door spread, wing end spread, and headline height as the similar with the traditional design. So this result can suggest us that it's still possible to improve the fuel efficiency with this fishing gear, while we keep maintain the fishing performance. And just 1 week ago, we just finished our full-scale trial of the North European troll in the Kattegat Sea. But yeah, it's just fresh from the sea, but we haven't analyzed it. And we plan to do a full-scale trial for the Mediterranean in this June. Yeah. Thank you very much for all your attention. This research collaboration also Hambichan, Sintef, DTU, and CNR.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Thank you for presentation, Ida from Portugal. Do you plan, when you go to sea, do you plan to measure fuel consumption?
Yeah, we actually measure the install the fuel consumption meter in
fuel
meter to record the fuel consumption.
So you will have a
so
calculation of the fuel
so
consumption.
we in the real full scale.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Max from Australia. What part of the new trawl design do you think was the main reason for the increase in efficiency?
So in here, the geometry it will affect the heading area. That's if we can maintain the geometry as similar as the original, it could be have a similar catch compared to previous. That's we try to maintain the geometry as similar as possible with our changing parameter. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Samantha Stott from CFAS. I was just wondering, for your sea trial, have you tried it on different vessels and different sea conditions as well? Because I think that may influence your fuel usage as well.
Thank you for your feedback. It's it's maybe good to see, but now we only focus on the this gear on period in May and in June. So it's good, nice if we have a different weather condition. But we record the vessel speed, and the depth, and we know the seabed condition. That's we tested in the certain seabed condition. Yeah.
Just a short question from me, Roger here, Norway. Very nice study and very good fine presentation you made. How much of that reduction you see in the drag, does it reduce the total drag of the gear? Or oil consumption of the total reduction? Did you have any measurement of that?
Yeah, now still in the flume tank result that I already showed that in average for the Mediterranean it's 26% reduction of drag.
For the total gear, with outer boards and everything?
No, it's only the gear.
net.
But we also, in the full scale, we also tested with semi-pelagic door. So in actual, we know that because in actual we installed the load cell between vessel and door and net, so we can get that how much the drag from the door, how much the drag from the gear also. Yeah, we will get that in the full scale. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Noëlle. You can have a sit down now. You can have a rest.
And finally, we have Antonello. Yeah.
This is a large project for the Mediterranean and Black Sea. It's a project of 16 partners. Started in January last year, will end in December. So the project has these work packages or tasks. So there is one project management and coordination, review of the state of play, practically mapping the effort and and also the fuel consumption using the models that we developed. Then we have a pilot project that is the core of the project. We have 10 pilot studies in all Mediterranean and Black Sea. There is a socioeconomic analysis and then a dissemination with involvement on stakeholder engagement. There is a website. So in my presentation, of course, I will not present all the preliminary and results and the results that we obtained so far. I will present just some example from the studies. I remember that I started my career in 1990 with this project. It was one of the four, it's me, there. In 1992 and until 1995, we had this fantastic project where I see the same studies that Nurul has presented now. So the same topic are during the FTFB. They are still here. Of course, new technology is coming, like AI. So we are probably in good hands. We'll see. So this is a project presentation overview. That one in red, I'm not sure I have time for showing what I developed during these 35 years, always focusing on the same topics, a part of selectivity. Also, fuel use is my main background. So let's start with these pilot studies. These pilot studies have been proposed based on the knowledge that everyone knows about where is the main drugs. So we, as we see, we have a net 65% endorsed, 20%. So we focus on these two parts in all the pilot studies. Changing to novel waterborne design, a new design of the net, new material, same as 25 years ago. So these are a table, I don't want to present the contents of this table. These are the first 5 pilot studies. You see highlighted the modifications of the traditional gears. We focus on OTB, demersal troll fisheries. In all these GSA, there are area of the Mediterranean similar, more or less similar to the ICES square, bit larger anyway. So new hydrodynamic troll door, optimization of a troll design, larger meshes, use of high-strength material here and there, same with different troll, but same approach, changing this part. And these are the last 5. As you see, we have other 2 case studies with the demersal troll, but then we focus also on beam troll, the famous rapido troll in Italian Adriatic coast. I have this in one slide, so we focus on rapido troll, my presentation, and the other demersal troll. Also, Black Sea has 2 case studies in beam troll and midwater troll catching pelagic species. So this is an example, one of the 10. This is in Tyrrhenian. They tested the novel otterboard, semi-pelagic. They redesigned the troll, changing also mesh sizes, hanging ratio on the wings to enhance the water flow. Here, practically, the table wants to summarize the fuel consumption, that is a Q, on the first column. The landing per unit effort in kilogram per hour. Liter per hour is the fuel consumption. We achieved the fuel saving, but we also decreased a little bit the landing. But in general, this fuel use intensity, that is the main indicator that we use for scoring the result, was positive, 1.5 against 1.49. So there is a decrease, maintaining more or less the same efficiency, but there is an evident decrease in fuel consumption. This is another example from the Western Mediterranean. just focus on, they used two different traditional and same experimental. So just focus on the second traditional against the experimental. There is an evident significant decrease in the fuel consumption. A bit of more landing per hour, but not significant. But if we look at the fuel use intensity, we have a decrement. So this is not positive, in fact, if we look at the income. In fact, this is the part that the fishermen want to maintain at least the same or higher. So we have a loss here, considering the fuel saving, but the landings has less value despite the quantity was the same. This is another example from the Adriatic for the Rapido troll. Here the modification was to change the orientation of the teeth of 180 degrees. This small modification was suggested by the fishermen, so we obtained a fuel saving. But this is the main target species. You see there is a decrease there is more or less the same, landing a little bit more, but not significant. And here we had a positive result. In fact, with this fuel use intensity decreased from 5.3 to 4.8 almost. In the project, we also carried out this energy audit in fishery. We published in 2022 a paper where we presented all the collected data in these 10 years of study. The energy audit is an approach to evaluate the energy consumption in fishery. We monitored this 10 vessels, two demersal trawler, one beam trawl, and seven pelagic trawler fishing in pair. I don't remember if I presented this here, but this was the most important model where we have this length of the vessel related to the fuel consumption per each fishery, beam trawl, demersal trawlers, and pelagic trawlers. So practically, these are the results with this fuel use intensity liter per ton of fish. So bottom trawlers have 4 liter per kilo, or 4,000 per tons. Beam trawler 5.4, 0.3 for the midwater pair trawl. Overall in the Mediterranean, we estimated almost 2.9 liter per kilo. On the right-hand side, you can see we can have a comparison of this carbon footprint, that is a kilogram of CO2 related to the fuel used. With the energy audit in the decarbonate, we will update this data set, expanding this to the full Mediterranean and Black Sea, and not only to the Italian fisheries. These are the new data, some of, not all. So we will redesign this model expanding to all the Mediterranean. So it will be possible to have a length, for each length, use the model to determine the fuel consumption, liter per hour or liter per day, and then also the carbon footprint. So the main conclusion at the moment is that, we think that for increasing the uptake of what we tested, what we are testing. We think that it's important we develop acceptable technology with having the industry part of the solution since the beginning. But at the same time, it's very important we train the fishermen in using this new part of the gear, new waterboard or new technology. Also, very, very important, I think that most of the tests we carried out in the experiment demonstrate that it's possible to have a fuel saving around 10 to 20%, improving the net design and using a new waterboard, but it's very difficult to replicate the catching performance of the traditional gears when you have only 10 days in testing new gears. In the carbonate, we had 5 days for the traditional gear and 5 days for the experimental. How can you replicate or arrive to the same catching performance of the traditional gears if they stay 24 hours at sea for all the year and have the possibility to improve the catching performance? But with the carbonate, I think we send a clear message to the industry saying that the current fishing gear can be improved, and there is the possibility to pay back time for this modification in a relatively short time. Question later. So don't know if I have time for this very quick part. We use the systems. Huh? Okay. We use a system like this one for the fuel consumption measurement. I developed personally the software for the data collection, as I do for every instrument we use on board. And then at the end, in the post-processing, we synchronize all these single files coming from the different systems. Can be ScanMar, CMRAD, everything. But then there will be a standard at the final, as a final file where all these instruments are matched and synchronized together and related. So this is the system for the gear drag. This is a tackle from Germany, very precise, and key that is not in production any longer, but we have 4. We replaced the battery. They are still functioning. And the new entry is this system by Testo measuring the exhaust gas emission per gear type and operations. So this is the system more or less I developed in during these years where all the system in real time are monitored, and the final will be a single file matching all these instruments together. So thank you for your attention.
Questions for Anto?
Thanks, Anto. Steve from Australia. Lots of great work done there, lots of gear trials and measurement of performance. Would you like to talk about the rate of adoption by industry of the results? What has it been like? If it's been low, what are their challenges? What's slowing them down?
It's not, as I said, it's not the first project. So I don't expect that everything we try is an adoption, an uptake. The Bentis, the Degree project, they were other European projects where we tested more or less the same modifications, same innovations, and the uptake of those modifications and those otterboards, for example, was low. But you know, science evolve, change slowly. So one of the main conclusions I had in a bullet is that we continue sending a message to the industry, because otherwise they produce the same, because fishermen are not available to invest in innovations, because they are at the limit, they work at the limit. So if they fail changing something, so they are afraid in changing, because otherwise if they lose one day, they lose money. So for me, what we tested is something with a high chance of adoption. New material, new design. With this rapid troll, the innovation was suggested by the fishermen. We had no idea how to save the fuel when you tow the gear at 7 knots, what to change. There is an aggressive gear coming, and he suggested this small change, and it was 10% of fuel saving, same catch. So I think this will be passed to the other fishermen for sure.
Thank you.
Time for one more question. All right, I think you're done, Enzo. Thank you very much.
So at the start of the session, we talked about the kind of challenging narrative in the media around global estimates of emissions from fisheries. And so today we've heard about the influence of improving information on gear parameters, on addressing information on the available data on fleet activity and effort, and then talking about validations. We've covered improving our understanding of the influence of different factors such as sediment type, gear designs on gear geometry, which has influence on seabed interactions and fuel efficiency and so on. And if we can start to find areas where lots of this data is available, so not just largely one or two of those potential variables, but many of them, we can start to produce more robust estimates. And during the break, some people came up to us and asked us what our intentions were. And I think we probably didn't clarify that initially at the beginning, but one of the things that we don't want to do is produce another global estimate. So our idea is to try and find data-rich areas and then incrementally add information. So we'll take the original SALA approach, not ANTO, and then we will add in more or improve data on the gear parameters and then see how that influences estimates of carbon emissions. Then we'll add in another factor and so on until we can see how that reduces those estimates of carbon emissions. So the next kind of, well, I mean, we could open the floor to questions, but actually what we're really interested in is if there is any areas that you feel is data rich to be able to provide that information. So I'm just going to put up the Menti. So if you go to the Menti and then put in that code, it should take you to a map of FAO regions. And so what I'd like is if people could potentially put a pin mark in the map where they think these data might exist, or enable us to kind of explore producing more robust estimates to compare to these previous approaches. So has everyone got that number down? And then for those of you that have put your pin in, you can skip to the next one, and there's a question around, like, if you wanted to provide a bit more context around what information is available for the location of those pins. And what we'll do is, at the end of this, obviously, as part of the reporting process, we're going to collate this information and it will be shared back with you. But I think one of the things I actually really wanted to touch on is, like, fundamental to producing all of these robust estimates is going to be a requirement to kind of standardize reporting. And having sat through this over the last few days, I noticed each of you are reporting different metrics, and we need some kind of resource or location to centralize all of this information. And so another question is this one of the roles of the working group, to try and be a body that stores information on fisheries gear parameters and the different associated interactions and variables? You got anything to add? So yeah, happy to open the floor to questions, comments. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Barry O'Neill at DTU. Now, I was wondering, you're saying you're going to measure the impact of the gear. You're just looking at, is it the door spread? Are you going to look at, because I mean, from our point of view, I think you need to look at things like the gear components, as in at least the doors, the sweeps, and the ground gear.
Yeah.
Because they would have all very different types of impacts.
And so, I mean, it's part of that previous work that Chris alluded to. We created this database. The database that underpins that study, which is published, is all available. And I think the thing that we found really challenging is that in the peer-reviewed literature in particular, is that people are only reporting one or two of those aspects, which makes it really hard then to build the relationships between the variables. And so ideally, it would be great if, even moving forward within this group, that there was some approach to consistently reporting that information that you're referring to there.
And another question is, I mean, with all your mapping of the fishing effort, do you actually have spatially resolved seabed carbon data?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So one aspect of the project that we're working on, or one of the other work packages, is trying to build a more detailed sediment habitat map at a global scale, which is challenging, but that's largely the reason why the project's involving 100 scientists from across the world.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
I think it's also important to add that, as Christian said, we're not looking to build a global model. So depending on what information we might be able to come together with here, and with the other side of the project, we'll be focusing on those areas where there are those tests to resolve the carbon maps at higher resolution. Any other questions?
Chris, I'll just ask a question. Many of the people here have deep relationships with the fishing industry, trusted relationships with the fishing industry. Some people in the room might feel, gee whiz, if I give you a whack of data, you make some map, and then an ENGO goes and bonks them on the head with it. This doesn't sound like this is going to help me with my relationships with the fishing industry. So I don't know what you can say to assuage the concerns. I mean, you've said we're not going to make a global SALA map, but you are going to make little maps of little areas and publish them. Maybe they've got fewer, they've got fewer assumptions and they're better, but smaller. So I guess I know the chairs are struggling with this question. Is this the sort of thing that FTFB should be getting into, or should we steer clear of this and just focus on gear technology? And do we really want to be getting into this area? So not sure if there's any thoughts. We're struggling with this. happy to invite the guys and have a focus session. But do you really want to spend 3 years on a topic group and really jump into this, knowing that we're going to be making maps that NGOs will read and see, and maybe they're better maps, but we're still going to be making maps. Or are the chairs just worried for nothing?
Does anyone want to speak to that, Anton?
Sounds like Antonello wants to speak to it. I guess we don't want to fragment the group, break up the group, or harm the group. So it's really about the unity of the group that we're most concerned about.
Why not? They will, the ONG will produce their assessment anyway. So we are talking about improving uncertainty. So I think I don't see any problem if we try to reduce this uncertainty and give our contribution and not close the eye. And the ONG or the others, the bad Sala, will produce something anyway. This is my perspective. So I remember Pique said something about these changing gears during the week, during the same trip. It's something that happens everywhere, also in Mediterranean, and with the tool that Global Fishing Watch, we, the group, can, with the information we have, with the new technology, can understand if they are using a midwater troll, a beam troll, or a demersal troll. We say, let me know where you are and I will tell you what you are doing. Because if we know the speed, if we know the position, more or less we are able to understand what you are using. And with the new tool that we have now, with this spatial analysis, we have the possibility to match this model that we want to develop with the information of the depth, sediment. I remember Aida told me during the lunchtime, yeah, it's possible also to add the sediment. Yeah, we have the map of the sediment now, but I was focusing on matching these maps with the depth. If we know the depth, we know the length of the cable. If we know the length of the cable, we can also improve this model, changing the opening of the gear. So we have many possibilities if we have this data set and position of the vessel. So I think we should not be afraid. We are scientists and we work for improving and increasing the knowledge.
If I understand correctly, the fear might be that the information is weaponised. In a sense, any selectivity report that we publish could be weaponised. If you're showing that there's still 30% discards, somebody could weaponise that if they really wanted to. So the risk, in a sense, has always been there. This is just a different topic, if you like. But, you know, if not us contributing to this, then who would do that? And we can provide a lens, or provide the information through a specific lens to try to reduce the information being weaponised. And we've got the knowledge here to actually do that and provide a factual account of what's actually going on. Others may not be able to do that.
Yeah, I would like to make just a small comment on what Antonello said. Regarding sediments, it would be very important to have a sediment chart to collate with all this information, spatial information from fishing activity, from trawling activity in this case. But I'm afraid that these sediment charts are available only up to a certain depth, which does not cover the deep sea trawling. That's where muddy sediments are, where most carbon is retained, I think. So we should think a little bit about that. Yeah. Thank you.
And in this exercise, adding a reply to Aida, in this exercise we must be aware that we must accept to lose some precision, but we earn in the coverage. So we don't care if we have this sediment information precisely for the area. We are talking something about a global area, so we accept some error, yeah. Also for the depth and the rest.
Has anyone else got any comments, questions?
So I'm worried for nothing. You're going to pass over all your data. You're going to get noted as a footnote. I don't know, like BIM. You don't own a research vessel. So, you know, someone's going to find out that you gave over a whack of data, and then your fishing fleet doesn't want to work with you anymore. I don't know. Are you concerned about that, Matt, or I'm worried for nothing? Kind of quiet. I'm looking right at you, Matt. I mean, you don't own a research vessel. The only way you get on the water is by having a relationship with the fishing industry.
Yeah, and we have a very good relationship.
You do right now.
Yeah, and even I'm going to present maybe there on Tuesday some of the stuff where we kind of almost failed what we did, but they followed what we were doing and fed back to us really positive results of something that we did on another boat. But they copied it and it benefited them, and I don't know if we'd want to share that. We would, but it's really not our data.
Yeah, I also think that it can be beneficial for the fishing industry if more accurate information is made available, because it will improve the estimates, and the way it's now, it's based on seems to be based on quite wrong. So I think at least I think in Norway, I think the fishing industry would be happy to share information that will improve the estimates. Thank you.
Are we talking about giving estimates of door types, gear types, the weight of ground gear? It's a gear catalogue. I think there's been attempts at that before, and it strikes me that maybe this is one use of it, but given the similarity in the trials that are being conducted, dynamite, you know, we're doing similar stuff. That's a coordinated project, but there's possibly a lack of coordination. But a gear catalogue is your baseline. So it strikes me that maybe there's a bigger picture to it. And this is potentially one use for that, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of work that approach was actually used in the Benthis project, where I was involved in that, and I'm sure other people here in the hall were as well, where we just did surveys of the industry of all the gear types, the sizes of the doors, the size of the sweeps, the size of their vessel. I mean, I think Ole, he was involved. I think he actually led that package. Yeah. So you'd be well aware, and that approach involved going directly to the skippers of vessels and doing a survey with individual vessels.
This isn't that. This is you giving over the data. Not going, this isn't interviewing vessels one by one. This is coming to you. You're the repository. You're going to be scraped for information.
But I think there's some strong, I mean, we're under kind of strong ethical guidance within our university. We can't just take data. There has to be, you know, processes in place. It wouldn't just be you have to send it. There would have to be an acknowledgement that the people that have provided that data have consented. So there would never just be the expectation that people are just sending stuff off. That would never happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello, Henrik from the Danish Fishers. We are very interested in a transparent process, and we will very deliver all information about where we fish and the gears and all informations. We made this collaboration with DTU Aqua a couple of years ago, where we made this map, the footprint of the fishery. Everybody can look that up and see for each years where we have been fishing and divide it in different gears. Of course, it's more precise for vessel over 12 meters where we have the VMS, but even for vessels under where you have AIS data, I think 50% is covered. Yeah. So I think it's very transparent where we're fishing. In the Danish Sea Plan, we are working on having actually areas designated as fishing areas, so they can be prioritized. So that's also why we're trying to get these data on the table and available for everybody.
I think we've got time for 2 more questions.
I just want to mention, I don't know if you are aware about the 2 EU projects which are going to start now this year. One is called Innofins, and the other is called Marine Guardian. Well, there are quite some countries involved in those both. And where I come in it in Iceland, there we are taking up our old project we have been doing, as we have few trawlers in Iceland with electronic winches. When you have electronic winches, you can actually take all the energy and easily register it into a computer. So we have quite much data already from some trawlers registered on few seconds intervals over some years. Okay. With all powers used, oil, everything from the sensors on the trawls, weather machine, and pretty much everything. Only thing missing if the captain is going to the toilet and take a pee. And we are setting more power into this right now. We have already just last week, if not this week, hired PhD student to start on this work, on looking at it. And it is a little bit early to say if something sensible will come out of it, but I had a master student finishing his work last Friday, and he was looking at the towing tension to different bottom type from bottom measurements, and that can be connected as well to this. So I guess we in Iceland, we are for sure with a data-rich area in this, because we have relatively new vessels, and the companies are aware about this discussion about the emission and the CAO coming, and they know about this paper with Salar, not Antonello, did published, and they want to work with us. So there is an open gate there.
Brilliant.
Please have a contact, and we can work together.
Yeah.
I know we're getting into our coffee break, so just so you know, you're eating into their coffee break. Go ahead. Take as much time as you want, but it sticks to you.
No, I just wanted to say that it's nice to be transparent and everything. I can worry about how the data is being used, because if it's used by scientists, we try to provide it objectively. In Denmark, we have seen that data for NGOs have been used selectively and for a political agenda. So it's the usage of the data that I can worry about.
They seem like nice guys.
They do.
All right. Do you guys want to put a bow on it, or are we done?
I think that's
Awesome. That's great. All right. Thanks, everybody, for the healthy conversation. We have to be back for 4:30 for the your half-hour coffee break.
indicators, introductions, session to start, please.
Oh.
Is that still there?
They'll ask anyway.
Okay, everybody, if you'd like to settle down. Okay, so we've got a short session. Hello? Please. No. We have a short session for each of the topic groups to pitch their topic group to try to increase the participants for their sessions in the coming days. So we have topic group sessions scheduled for Saturday afternoon, or Saturday afternoon and Monday morning. We've got so far the indication of the participation from a questionnaire that was circulated earlier was that 42 people will attend the indicators, 29 to attend the ALDFG, and 22 for the multi-use. So it's, yeah, so that's the way it looks at the moment, but of course no one's set on which session they can attend, so you can change your mind if you have a particularly attractive presentation from ALDFG or multi-use. You can swap to that if you like. Okay, so without further ado, Valentina, do you want to come forward and do your presentation?
Yes, the planner is this one.
That one, yeah.
No,
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right, everyone. We have nicknamed ourselves Fiji, which stands for Fishing Gears Indicators. And the reason why we decided to start this topic group, which is now in its third and final year, is that, well, a lot of us are used to work together with stakeholders. We work with the industry, we interact with fishery managers. The public is getting more and more interested into understanding fishing gears performance and impacts. So we often have to condense and summarize our scientific knowledge and data and communicate them to the stakeholders. And we are not necessarily always so good at it because we are used to data, we like data, and we think everything is super interesting, but that's not the way. It becomes too overwhelming for stakeholders to digest that amount of information. So we need to find a way to convey it in a more accessible way. And that's where indicators can be a very important tool. And also I was very happy to see in the gear switching session, for example, also a bit more holistic approaches when presenting the performance and looking at comparison across gears. And that's also something that is becoming more and more necessary, that we don't only talk about catch efficiency, but we look at this comparison from a more broader aspects. Yes, I will briefly touch, since we have the plenary sessions of the indicators right after this brief pitch. I will also take the chance to point out that we have some fantastic presentations that will show you how the versatility of indicators, so what can we use them for. And the first one will be Gabriele. He will tell you basically how we can use indicators to see the effect of trawl configuration on biodiversity sampling. Then we have Michele, you know this plot from yesterday, who will present you high complex multi-species catch comparison when we can't really look necessarily at curves of selectivity one by one. We need to be a bit more creative. Maurice will show you how we can use indicators to look at optimization of fishing dynamics, in this case with a krill fishery, a pot fishery. Then Silvana will talk about bycatch, but linked to certification schemes, so that's also building on a set of, on a framework of established indicators. And then Amanda will look into seabed impact, but also go in a bit more in detail into the different aspects of indicators of seabed impact. And then we have Cecil tomorrow, who's looking at comparison of management framework. So again, highly versatile tools. We can use them for whatever we want. This is Paritosh, also from yesterday, you may remember, who's looking more at gears, life cycle. And finally, if you haven't taken a look to Alexia's posters, please do so. She's looking at selectivity, but not only gear selectivity, also fisher selectivity, so the combination of both aspects. If you do decide that you want to join the indicator session this year, our final objective, and again I stress this is our final year, so we are trying to be very concrete. We will not have a lot of presentations because we are getting to our final output of the topic group, which is to draft some guidelines on how we can deliver advice on technical specifications of fishing gears. We limit our scope a little bit more because it's a very broad topic, we realized. So we are going to focus on advice to fisheries managers. And don't be shy if you don't have experience yourself in providing advice on fishing gear, because we did ask preventively before the meeting to some experts for inputs, and we will build on the inputs they have given. So even if you don't have any experience yourself, you are welcome to join. We like creativity. It's nice to have some fresh brains into the mix. So feel free to join us. And that's my co-conveners. I'm so happy this year they're all here. So looking forward to have you all. Cheers.
Okay, thank you very much, Valentina. Does anyone have any questions before we move on to the next one? It's all clear. That's good. Amparo, would you like to come up?
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, I'm shorter than Valentina. If you thought that indicators is a broad topic, wait for the ALDFG topic group. So the reason why we propose this topic group, this super broad topic group, is because of the impacts that abandoned, lost, and otherwise discarded fishing gear has as one of the sea-based sources of marine plastic pollution that has diverse socioeconomic impacts and environmental impacts, including on fishers and their livelihoods. So this is why this became also a concern for FAO member states, and that's why also it became a FAO priority. In fact, the conveners of this working group are my colleagues Kelsey Richardson, Haraldur Einarsson, which are part, together with myself, part of the Fisheries and Aquaculture Division of the FAO. As well, we are working in the same team as Jon Lansley. And we have also Roger Larsen from the University, Antarctic University of Norway, as conveners of this topic group. And these are the terms of reference. That's why, as you can see, it's a very broad topic. So we decided to focus on review and summarize the current and past work on redesign and modify gears that can reduce ghost fishing and also, that's part of TOR number 1. TOR TOR number 2 is focusing on the also the design of the fishing gear that can increase the circularity of gears, as well as the potential for repurposing and recycling. TOR number 3 is focusing on summarizing current gear marking technologies. The number 4 is the one that was proposed by our colleague Roger, focusing on guidelines that outlines essential safety requirements to prevent loss of fishing gear. And the last one is focused on ALDFG related indicators. So as it's the case for the indicators topic group, this is also our last year, and we have already some almost completed products that include a paper and from TOR number 1, and also draft guidelines from TOR number 4. But we still have some work to do, and we would like to welcome everyone also to our topic group to complete the work that we have been doing in these years. Yeah, so we look forward to meeting most of you tomorrow during our topic group session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amparo. If there's no questions, we can move on to Jasper, who's going to take us through multi-use. Yeah?
Multi-use, yeah. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be. Okay.
Yes, I fall somewhere in between the previous two in height. Yeah, so if you do not want to join a geriatric topic group, but one that's still fresh and young, you can come to a multi-use. Why did we want to talk about multi-use? Offshore developments are like growing like mushrooms, they're everywhere right now, and this creates conflicts. When there's conflict, there might also be opportunities, and we're looking at opportunities for multi-use. Can fishers go into offshore wind or other energy, but we do focus on offshore wind, to go and fish there. But in this room, or at least in our topic group before, we felt like there's a bit of lack of experience. We don't really know what's all going on with these wind farms, how do they work, and what can we do there? What are the possibilities? So this is what we want to do with this topic group, is growing the knowledge on this offshore wind and how we might be able to fish in it. So, of course, we also have a bunch of transcripts of records, or terms of reference, I mean. We want to know more about the viewpoints of stakeholders. We want to learn of different countries. What do you do? How is it going in your country? We want to identify knowledge gaps, maybe potential fishing techniques, and we will link this also with another working group in ICES. There's a small part in plenary where we have Elizabeth and Chris who will be talking about some interesting stuff. Then we have our actual topic group where we will start with some introduction of new people and old people so you can all get to know each other. We have a summary of year 1, and in that year we actually had some experts on offshore wind, like real engineers. This year we'll step it up to some next part, let's say, and we'll also update our national status report. So everybody will give a short talk, so we think about it on how's your country doing, how many windmills, just a minute or so. And then we'll hop on to the actual topic group further on, and we're going to look at the digital age. We have 2 apps that are going to be introduced. One is from Elizabeth, so it's going to be about participatory mapping, so where fishers could say, I was fishing here, and now there's going to be a windmill or whatever. They all map it out. People might also have a look at this, we'll have some interaction around it. And Esther is also going to show her shiny app on a visualization of offshore wind farms and fishing gear. So maybe if people have like, oh, this is my type of fishing gear, we'll put it on some sort of map, connect it to how is the windmill looking, see how much space is in between these windmills, how much space does my gear take. So this is going to be really interesting, and I think a lot of people are going to be focusing on these apps. We also have some talks. Again, an interesting one I think is definitely going to be on general risks. So fishermen are often asked, like, we can't go in there because the insurance is too high. What are the risks? What's going to happen? And Anna, who's also here, is going to then talk about the cables. So what if we track to a cable? What are the risks that this is going to happen? Because this is actually what stops most wind farms from allowing fishers. It's like they're going to destroy my wind farm or they're going to destroy my cables. So, and there's actually not much known about what are the actual risks on this thing. And as the last thing, we'll also have Ion Tillier. He's a French responsible who works with fishers and offshore wind on how to compensate for wind farms to fishers. And we're going to be able to ask him lots of questions, so we already have something in mind that you want to ask. Write it down somewhere, because we'll be able to have an interactive session with this interesting man. So I hope to see you all tomorrow. If there's any further questions, you can always contact me. I'll be running around somewhere. And yeah, hope to see you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jasper. Does anyone have any questions for Jasper and any of the other group leaders at the moment? Has anyone changed their mind which topic group they're going to participate? No? Okay. So if there's no major change, then the indicators group will convene here, and there's 2 rooms across the courtyard. There's, the larger one will go to ALDFG and the smaller one to the multi-use. Based on earlier results, okay? So, yeah, okay, that's it. So we start with the indicators session. I hand the floor to the indicators moderator, Valentina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jon. Wait, how do I find the...
Sorry, just walking away.
Ah, okay, that's I was looking for that one. The Friday. Yeah. Indicators. Perfect.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yes.
You right?
Okay, perfect. Okay, well, you know the drill by now. You get 15 minutes in total, 12 minutes we try to stick for presentation, 3 minutes for question. I'm Italian, so you will get the stare if you're starting to exceed your time. That's going to be the system. And we start with Gabriele. There you go. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and also for the opportunity. Hi again, I'm Gabriele Di Bona, working here at Mazara for the CNR. And today I'm going to present some preliminary results obtained from the application of a framework for assessing the influence of bottom thrown gear configuration on catch size and composition and community metrics. So, as we observed in different presentations during this meeting, actually we know that different gear characteristics may influence the size distribution and species composition of the assemblage that are being caught. Especially Mediterranean, most of the troll fishery are low selective. Therefore, we need to develop and understand how the different gear components may influence the catch patterns, especially at the assemblage and community level. So we need to develop tools that can be able to describe and identify such patterns. While huge effort was made for site selectivity models for certain target species, those usually may overlook on what are the consequences at the community or anyway at the assemblage level that are caught from the different gears. So we want to investigate if we can use some sites-based indicators and community metrics to see if there were some difference at the assemblage level. And we want to split this big question into 2 aims. One that was more focused on the size effect. So we wanted to investigate some sites-based indicators to see and compare to different net configuration. and a second aim to see if this two-net configuration will lead in a different description of some community metrics. So for these sites-based indicators, we selected and wanted to investigate two coefficients. One was a site spectral indicators, that is the lambda coefficient, that is the exponential coefficient of the relationship between abundance and size or mass from a population. Usually this reflects trophic interaction, metabolic constraints, and energy transfer between individuals. And because we know that increasing the size usually decreases also the abundance, this coefficient usually is negative. So we know that, and represent the steepness of this relationship. So we know if we obtain values that are more negative, the steepness is increasing. So we have a higher portion of individuals of small size. Instead, if we are decreasing the steepness, so values that are less negative, we increasing the portion of bigger sizes. To represent the size heterogeneity of the population that are being caught, we wanted to use the Gini coefficient. That is a value usually born in economics that describe the equality for a distribution of a certain variable. Usually it's the income, but we can use also for describing the eveness in the size of a population. This usually can be interpreted as the gap, the expected gap we randomly select to individuals from a population. And it ranges from 0 to 1, where 0 means the maximum equality, all the sizes are the same, and 1 represents the maximum inequality. All the sizes are pretty different each other. So if we look at two-length frequency distribution, we can see the one on the left has higher chance to catch individual or small sites that are pretty close all together, while the second one, we are adding individuals with bigger size. So we can see from the lambda and Gini coefficient that the lambda score becomes less negative, while the Gini coefficient increases as the heterogeneity of the population is increasing. So we wanted to apply these size-based indicators in conjunction with other community metrics, comparing two samples deriving from two different scientific surveys that were led in the Mediterranean, in central Mediterranean, in Strait of Sicily, inside the GSI 16. Those two surveys that were made simultaneously in 1995 deployed two different types of nets. The Grand Survey deployed a more commercial type of gear, so with a lower vertical opening, higher horizontal opening, a bigger mesh size of the code end, and wooden troll doors. And also it deployed some added weight on the foot rope. Instead, the MEDITS one was specifically made for the survey, so it's a totally different in certain aspects. So approximately all the survey covered the area between the continental shelf and the slope, even if the ground was a bit wider in the distribution, but the depth range was the same. So for the first time, we wanted to split the analysis between the two depth stratum, as we know that the depth may influence the size distribution and composition of species of the community. And also we decided for the first time on the size-based indicators to select only the species that were common for the two surveys. Those are the ones that you can see on the tables. Because the Gini coefficient is pretty sensitive to low number of individuals, we could compute the coefficient only for species that were mainly presented in all the holes. So we decided to calculate the two coefficients at all level for all the trolls that were sampled. And for these 30 species, we calculate the lambda and the Gini coefficient. For the second aim, we decided instead of always split the data between the two depth stratum, but in this case, because we wanted to look at the community composition, we wanted to aggregate at genus level to avoid some biased classification between the two surveys, and we removed the rare species. From this data, we also then calculated some community metrics between the biodiversity index, like species richness or Shannon Winery index, but also the relationship between size and abundance, and total biomass index and total density index. For both aims, we decided to use a multivariate approach. So we run a permanova with net, so the two gear configuration, as an explanatory variable. We check the assumption of the permanova through a perm disp, and then we visualize the results through a principal component analysis. So for our size heterogeneity indicators, we can see there, for both the stratum, there's no clear distinction between the two gear characteristics. There was a little significance for the shelf stratum, probably led to the increase in heterogeneity of certain species, for example, Merluccius or Ilex coindeti. But anyway, we cannot distinguish pretty clearly the two net characteristics. This is opposite instead for the lambda coefficient, where we can see a quite clear separation between the two net characteristics that it's probably led to from certain species. For example, we observed that this difference is mainly related to a difference in the lambda coefficient for the skate Raya clavata. If we look instead for the genus composition using the density or the biomass or the species, we can see that while for the shelf stratum, the separation between the two net configuration is not pretty clear, it could be related always from a difference, for example, in the catchability of Trachurus. This separation is more clear if we look at the slope stratum, where there's a huge clusterization of the samples deriving from the MEDIT survey, and it's mainly led by a difference in both density and biomass of species, more pelagic species such as Trachurus. And also we can observe from the ground there's a higher heterogeneity in the ordination space of the different samples that are the mainly difference are led by different species across the space. Finally, if we observe instead the community metrics, we can see that both the survey were pretty consistent because they have a huge similarity in the values that are obtained from the biodiversity index or other community metrics. And we can still observe a higher heterogeneity of the Grund survey, probably related to the wider distribution of this type of survey. So to recap, these are the results and significance of the permanova analysis through the different metrics that we used between the shelf and the slope. And I want to highlight that we mainly observe significant difference for the lambda coefficient and the species composition for both density and biomass, especially in the slope. So to conclude, we can derive that probably from a size heterogeneity perspective, the two different net configuration couch species that are mainly heterogeneous in size, but this But this homogeneity probably it's related to different size range that are being caught, especially for certain species that have a more benthic behavior, such as the skates. The main difference in lambda and Grund medits probably it's related to the different vertical opening, as we observed also that medits caught a higher abundance of more pelagic species such as Trachurus. And this effect is related also onto the species composition that we observed. Although we can say that anyway, even if we observe some difference in site selectivity, in the end, when we are using descriptors of the biodiversity of of the community, both surveys were pretty consistent. So this was a preliminary application, but we want to further test this framework, especially because we think that could be useful for identifying patterns in site selectivity of the assemblage that are intersected by different net configuration. And especially on the Gini coefficient could be useful to highlight which are the species that contribute the most and could be also not target species, so they are not usually might be studied. And also, we can use this framework to evaluate the consistency in the community metrics, for example, biodiversity, that usually use this kind of survey for extracting information for the community. Of course, we want also to extend the application of this framework to different case study scenarios, especially we want to focus to a study that maybe change specific gear component to see how the two different indicators that we are studying in this case will change accordingly, for example, to different troll doors or other components, but also to different management scenario or different fishing efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gabriele. Well done. No, don't run. We have time for questions. We're
Yeah,
perfect
yeah.
in timing, so we've got questions. Yes? Do we have any question?
Okay.
Okay, the coffee hasn't taken effect yet. Well, I'm curious, does this, do you think your findings have implications for stock assessment? These surveys are treated together, or?
I think it could be maybe, I'll put closer. I think it could be useful to maybe indicate which are the species, other than the one that are usually used for stock assessment, also that could be redirected for some stock assessment models. Because I mean, we are looking at the wall assemblage in this case, and maybe you can see, for example, for skates that are there are some difference, but also like it's useful for indicate maybe if, for example, we change some gear also, and we want to model like some stock assessment metrics, if what are the consequences of this modification for the other species. So I think that could be some trade-off of the application.
Interesting.
Okay,
Cool
thank
approach.
you.
Thank you very much, Gabriele.
And next we have Michele.
Good.
Hi everyone, I am Michele Geraci from the National Research Council of Mazara del Vallo, and today I'm going to talk about the selectivity performance of sorting grids in the Mediterranean bottom troll fishery. As you well know, in the Mediterranean basin, the overexploitation of the stocks has decreased over the past decades. But however, most stocks are still overexploited, about 60%. And among fishery, the bottom troll fishery is one of the most impactful and recorded the highest disc ratio according to FAO. And to mitigate the impact of this activity, in these years was tested the sorting grids by many authors, and with my colleagues, we try to summarize the effect of the application of the sorting grids on this bottom troll fishery, and we preliminarily prepared a manuscript summarizing the results from the scientific literature, And we recorded 20 studies which applied the sorting grids in the bottom troll fishery. The most studied species resulted to be the European hake, followed by Mulus barbatus, the red mullet, and the deep water rose shrimp. And most of studies came from the Western Mediterranean. And as concern the materials we used to build the sorting grids, the most used were stainless steel and plastics. And I forget to say that in Mediterranean the sorting grids is not mandatory, while in other parts of the world is already mandatory. And here is the Kobe plot I shown yesterday, and on the x-axis is the L50 length at first capture recorded by studies which applied the sorting grids, divided by minimum conservation reference size, and in y-axis is the length at first capture divided by length at first maturity. And most of stocks which tested during which was tested the sorting grids fell within the red scenarios, with an L50 higher than minimum conservation reference size and higher than length at first maturity, while just 3 species recorded the best scenarios, that is green, where the L50 is lower than minimum conservation reference size and length at first maturity. Here is another index we elaborated, and in the plot is shown the predicted value of a linear mixed model with explanatory variables is equal to L50 divided by minimum conservation reference size and multiplied by length at first maturity divided by minimum conservation reference size. And the selected predictors were season, depth, grid type, mesh size in the codend, and shape. And the species was included as random terms. The value of 1 is the threshold, because above 1 the bear spacing may be reduced, while below the bear spacing should be increased, because the L50 is too much lower. As you can see, some species, the results are variable, and some species that were caught in the same fishing ground, such as deep water rose shrimp, DPS, and the European hake, HKE, and the horse mackerel, recorded different outcomes. In fact, for deep rose shrimp, we can, in theory, reduce the bar spacing, while the opposite for European hake, HKE, and horse mackerel, being the selectivity performance index lower than 1. And here is a scatter plot for the species which recorded at least three data points for grid opening space and L50, in relation also to the mesh size in the codend and the mesh shape in the codend. And also here the results highlighted the different outcomes depending on the size shape and on the size shape of the codend and the size shape or the shape of the fish, of the shrimp for DPS. for example, for DPS, the square mesh seems to perform better, given that with an increase in the bar spacing allowed a lower value of L50, and while for greater fork beard Fisch's blenoides and for Gallus melastomus, the bar spacing seems to not have an effect on L50, while for European HKE, the best solution seems the diamond mesh, because allowed the similar L50 with a lower bar spacing. And in conclusion, we can see that, as already said, the bottom troll recorded the highest discard and bycatch, and the sorting grids, even if are not mandatory in the Mediterranean, is a promise gear, a promise bycatch reduction device, and many stocks are fished below maturity length at first maturity, and minimum conservation reference size can be rescaled in the near future. And to improve the ecological effect of the sorting grids, the stakeholder engagement may be crucial, and also the trade-off between ecological and economic point of view should be taken into account to develop a sustainable gear, because we recorded sometimes a positive effect on the ecological point of view, but some part of the commercial catch were lost. And okay, that's all.
Thank you, Michele. Great timing and great work. Do we have questions? Yes?
I was just wondering that many of the trawlers in the Mediterranean use bycatch reduction devices. My experience in Australia has been that a lot of the smaller fish won't leave through a sorting grid, but say a fish eye, or which is, or a new one is a fish window. Is there many of those around in the Mediterranean?
I don't understand. I don't understand well what the question. Can you repeat?
Is there many, I suppose you call it holes in the cod end with flaps that let fish out?
How many holes?
So in the cod end, are there many holes at the top with, say, a flap of net that lets out small fish? It's something that we have in Australia, and I was wondering if that might also be present in the Mediterranean.
Flatfish is a very small portion of the the catch.
Yeah, but like so it's like basically a hole in the net that it's designed to let small stuff out but keep the big stuff in. I can talk afterwards as well if you want.
Yes, sir.
Now, I happen to know the design you're talking about, and I mean, it's been a few years since I've been out of the Mediterranean, but I don't think they use it around here. But it could be a nice idea. It's quite sensitive to placement, though, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry.
Sorry. Wait, after.
Roger here. Yeah, you write here in your conclusion that sorting grids are promising.
Mm-hmm.
What does the industry think about that in a multi-species fishery? What is their perception of using a sorting grid?
The perception of the fishing industry, basically, of the fishery is a slight controversial because they are not so happy for the difficulty in the maneuverability of the gear during the fishing operation, but the overexploitation of the stocks is already present in their mind, and so if they would like to continue, they have to think about this measure, and they are available to test this bycatch reduction device. The only reluctance from them is the maneuverability and the difficult to hold on deck the gear. But they are available if the catch will be improved. Okay.
May I? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I am Hüseyin Özbilgin from the far eastern Mediterranean.
Eastern.
We've tested fish eyes, and thank you for the questions as well. We've tested fish eyes there about 15 years ago.
Fish eyes?
Only twice. Fish eyes is a gap in the codent.
Yes.
Where you expect crustaceans not to swim and stay in the codent, and you expect fish
to escape.
Swim out of the gap there.
Mm-hmm.
It works for some species. Then we stopped testing them. We didn't invest any more time because it comes to the second question by Roger. Because in the Mediterranean, all the fish counts. So here you are trying to separate hake from the shrimp, but fisherman wants to catch them both. So whatever you develop, it's going to be very difficult to be uptaken by the industry if you really can solve the issue of separating all the minimum sizes of commercial fish and retaining all the marketable crustaceans, which is a huge challenge. Unless you find a solution like that, in my opinion, at least in my lifespan, I will never ever see that fishers are using it. So in such a complex multi-species fishery and in a gear like troll, demersal troll, this is a very difficult solution to reach. I won't be able to see it. So we should probably only test the proposals coming from the fishers. I mean, what Antonello was saying, that we give the question to fishers and ask them how they would like to solve it. If the proposal comes from them, test it, and if it's bringing a solution, then you have some success. We are doing it exactly in the opposite way. In the Mediterranean, for sure, but I think overall in Europe, unlike very good example from Australia. So there, the progress is starting with the fishers, whereas here, we are seeing the problem, we are trying to solve it as scientists or researchers, then we are trying to impose it to fishers. And how many years it's been so far that we've been testing grids in the Mediterranean? More than 20 years, Antonello? None of it's been used by fishers so far. I think there is something to think there, and I think in the room there is a good example to take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the remark.
But for answering your question, one of the points is the most important. The point is the stakeholder engagement, because without the engagement of the fisher, of the industry, it's impossible to develop a bycatch such as the sorting grids, which will be in the future implemented in commercial fishery. But the overexploitation of the stocks and the decreasing the abundance may be an important factor for them to try and adopt these measures. And maybe in the near future we can improve the understanding about the behavior of each species, to try to separate the species, because the shrimp is caught passively while the fish sometimes maybe has the opportunity to swim away from the code end, from the sorting reed. We can use this different behavior to select these species, and to convince the fishers to adopt this gear, we can develop an economic studies trying to convince them that if the small fish will escape and they retain it just the bigger, the value will be increased.
Thank you, Michele.
Okay.
Sorry, I have to stop it
Okay.
because we have to keep going, but this is a very valuable and interesting discussion, so I invite you to continue it later.
Yes. Next we have Moritz.
Welcome, Maurice. The floor is yours.
Hi. So now it gets a very simple single species fishery. I think that's good for the afternoon. I'm Moritz Eichert. I'm new to this group and I'm a PhD student at Heriot-Watt University, and the work that I present today was part of a fisheries industry science partnership that was coordinated by Michael Kaiser, and this part of the project was done in collaboration with Jude Bricic and Bent Hermann. So I think not too many people are familiar with the whelk fishery, so I will take some time to introduce you to the whelk world. The fishery developed in the early 90s and was initially a very local, small-scale fishery it was even in England, even though they eat nowadays only fish in ships, they enjoyed them in the pub, and if you speak with older people, a lot of times remember. But nowadays, it is more than 95% of the whelk is caught, cooked, deshelled, and then frozen for export to the Far East, which also was the driver of this very steep increase of catches. And we can see that the whelk fishery is kind of very English Channel, Irish Sea, and Ireland, UK, France are the main countries, with the UK being the biggest contributor with more than 70% of the catches. It's also part of the the UK left the common fisheries policy, has now their own policy framework, and whelk is a guinea pig in this managing framework, which I think is interesting to observe, considering that the CFP is under review at the moment. As I said, this is the gear selectivity part of the project. You can see here the whelks and the kind of pots they are using. The whelk is managed only by minimum conservation reference size across the UK, but because if you look at the size at maturity, that is far too low. So a lot of local authorities and also state governments came up with increased MCRS proposals, and some of them also proposed escape gaps, and the project wanted to look at the efficiency of these escape gaps from these three IFCAs, Inshore Fisheries Conservation Authorities. So just an illustration that the UK is split up in a lot of different management units. So all these IFCAs manage fisheries up to 6 nautical miles. Good. So this is the whelk pot on the left. It's just a recycled 25-liter chemical drum. and yeah, costs around 10 to 12 pound a pot and has a cement fundament. So makes it very attractive, considering that you have also no management, almost no management for fishers to enter and leave, depending on market situation. Yeah, they use two kind of baits, so a crab, and this is not always edible crab, but mostly edible crab, also spider crab, and sometimes also velvet or even green crab if there is problems with bait, because that's another issue. And the secondary bait is the, oh, I can start, this is a video actually. Oh God, how do I do this? Can I? Okay, now it's moving. Okay, so yeah, the secondary bait is a fish, and the wisdom behind this is kind of that the fishers say that the crab attracts the whelk, and the fish keeps the whelk in the pot. And you just seen this pot being slided over over this table, and yeah, the pots have usually drainage holes to get the water out when they handle the pot on board, and yeah, the obligatory escape gaps, and then followed by a secondary selection on deck to get rid of the small ones. Okay, yeah, and just, I mean, this is not part of my talk, but I just want to raise it maybe as a thought, is that this operation is quite big, so they are fishing around, it's a vessel below 10 meters, but also again a reminder that that doesn't say much, so they fish around 700 pots a day, and this is, I think, was bait for 1.5 days of fishing, so that's something like, I want to see, like 8 boxes of fish and something like 15 bags of edible crab. And it's a big problem for the edible crab, because now edible crab is not only a fishery for human consumption, but also in the case of poor meat yield with a lower price for whelk bait, which is very damaging to the crabbing sector. So if we want to gear switch, something else to consider, I think. Yeah, so now back to what I want to talk about. So this is the experimental design, paired gear trials. So we paired a control pot and a test pot with the 4 escape gaps next to each other, with not placing them in the beginning of the string, and on with 3 commercial pots, also baited commercial pots in between each pair. And we did this for 2 different soak times, so 18 hours and 46 hours. And we then interpolated for the soak times in between using fish. Yeah, this was all done, of course, with Fish Select and CellNet, sorry. And following that, that's the reason why I can speak today. We did also the catch performance indicators to see the effect of soak time on the economic performance. And yeah, so here we see our 2 selectivity curves. I think most of you are familiar with this phenomena, that you have a very much improved selectivity at long soak times. The same here. So the contact mode improves very much, from 75% of the catch getting into contact to 97%. Difference is not significant because of the wide range at short soak times. But then we have the L50, the L50 values are significantly different, and also very interesting, the L50 at 46 hours is in the entire range is above the MCIS, so it can be concluded that it's adequate to the 45 millimeters. But if you remember in the beginning, I was saying the regulator actually targets 53 millimeters in their district, so that maybe needs to be reviewed. And we have also, again, very nice people that came up with very practical methodologies here in the room that probably will help with that. So this is the indicators, and I think they are very, very, very useful tool to communicate results of selectivity curves, because I presented this work a lot at to local fishing authorities and fishermen, and yeah, even though you could also see what you could lose and what you gain, but the indicators kind of simplify it, and they don't oversimplify, which I also think is very good, because you still have the confidence intervals and don't need to break it or boil it down to a percentage. So yeah, what we can see is that the retention efficiency of undersized catch goes down drastically from short to long soak times, and the target catch remains high, so there's no significant decrease in the retention of target catch, and hence we have a very low discard rate. So we reduce the discard ratio from 14%, from 11% to 1% in terms of numbers, and in weights it's something like from 3% to 1%. And we did it for weight and number because some regulators decided to have an exemption of 5% on their catch and of weight to be so the fishermen can catch 5% undersized. And if you look at this, that means that at long soak times one could think about if the secondary selection on deck is actually necessary if we soak for longer, and that would be very good because there is some doubt about the survivability of the whelk that are getting size sorted. So by-catch performance indicators are important as the final slide here. Yeah, as I already said, they convey very important information in a very simple way to people that you normally deal with, so that's stakeholders such as fishermen, regulators, and other scientists. And I think one addition, I think, is that they're also limited, of course, because you could say, well, we solved the problem. Why do the fishermen not all soak for longer? Because it comes at a cost, and the cost is time. So I would be very happy and very enthusiastic about talking about a combined scoring system in indicators where we maybe give guidelines or also come up with ideas of how to combine different indicators into a combined score to say this is better than that, because that's that would be great. And so that's it. Thanks for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And yes, we will try that, but it's a tough challenge. Yes, I will start with one curiosity, if I can. You mentioned that a lot of the vessels, like the whelk, is up to 60%. What do they combine it with? Do they switch to other gears, or do they have other activities?
Yeah, it's a typical fishery for the multi-gear fleet. So this particular vessel is very professional. They only do whelk. You've seen also they earn quite good money because they can afford a new catamaran. But typically it's part of vessels that target crab, lobster, nephrops, static gear fisheries. Yeah. And also the whelk catches, of course, they fluctuate very strongly along the year. So so in winter it's really bad, the fishing for whelk. So then in winter, it depends where you are in the UK. But that's the reason why they change in between. They swap around.
Thanks a lot. Do we have questions? Otherwise, I have more curiosities. Okay, we have one.
Hi, Steve Ayres from Australia. At the beginning of your presentation, you showed a slide of catch rates, and I think it was 1999, the catch dropped by about 60-odd%.
No, it's just recently. But the problem, this in the beginning, in the end of 1990s.
Yeah. Can you explain that rapid drop and then?
No, but they have some really. So the problem with the whelk, not the problem. It has to advance. So the whelk, because they sell it mainly to one or two countries, so there's not a lot of buyers, and there's sometimes a bit of a trade war going on when they say we want to buy it at this price, and then they say no, and then it goes down. And at the same time, this kind of system is interesting to a lot of fishermen because during COVID, when all the other fisheries stopped, then they all moved into whelk because at that time it was not so affected. But sorry, I think this has basically trade effects. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
No problem.
We have more questions? Do they really use sharks as bait regularly?
Yeah. They also sell them as rock salmon to humans. Yeah.
Ah, okay. But where do they get them from? Are they a bycatch of another fleet? Or?
They get them frozen, and I think they are landed as part of the landing obligation, I guess, and they have a very low. I mean, smooth hounds. I think for smooth hound, if someone is here very familiar, we need to take care. I sometimes talk too much, but I think smooth hounds actually has an assessment. So, and they have actually, they are can be sustainably caught, but yeah, more problematic really in this case is the edible crab. And there's, I don't know, I've seen something circulated from BIM, from Ireland, I think it's you. They have a project, for example, where they want to substitute bait and want to ban edible crab at all because it's such a big problem. Because of course, if you catch the edible crab with poor meat yield and sell it as bait, it's you could catch it 3 months later and would have a decent price on it.
Mm.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
That's very interesting.
Yes, next we have Silvana.
Yeah, go. Thanks. No, it's not working.
How do I do that?
Virus?
It's blocked?
Okay.
All right.
Okay, good afternoon to all. I'm going to talk about bycatch and discards in the water nets for anchovy off Argentine coast. So you are going to know something about Argentina and the fisheries off Argentine coast. Trolling fishery off Argentine coast. Very, very quick and brief description. The industrial fishery in Argentina total almost 900 vessels. That is the data for 2019. And within these fleets, the trolling vessels that are remarking colored in the table, they are most different kinds of vessels, like coastal vessels, Radaurria, very, very small vessels of less than 9 meters, ice-chilling otter troll, which are the most of the trolling fleet, freezing otter troll, freezing double-ridge otter troll, they are targeting shrimp, and longliner, jiggins, and pot setters also. It is a relatively new fishery for crustaceans. The fishery that is targeting anchovy are mostly coastal vessels and some ice-chilling coastal vessels too. Well, respect to the stocks and the fisheries targeting anchovies, Argentine anchovy is composed by 2 stocks, mainly differentiated because their reproduction season. And so there are 2 fisheries differentiated, operating or targeting these 2 different stocks. One operates from Mar del Plata, that you are going to visit in 2027, and the other one, the southern fishery, operates from Rawson Harbor, close to Puerto Madryn, that is the city that I live part of my time. What about the catch of anchovies? They are below the maximum allowable catch, so it is underexploited, both stocks, like 8,000 tons. The fishery or the gear is a midwater nets or pelagic nets according to the classification of FAO. In the figure in the corner, in the upper corner, You see the different colors are the catches from the southern, from the northern, northern in blue, southern in red, and the total in green. And you see that the catches from the northern is decreasing when the catches from the southern stock is increasing. These two fisheries have different history about the certification process to get the certification of MSC. The northern fishery get the certificate in 2011, and this certificate was suspended in 2022, while the southern is at this moment being evaluated for accessing to the certificate, maybe in a couple of years. So the northern fishery has more information than the southern fishery, mainly about the bycatch of non-targeted species. So the objective of this work is to review discards and bycatch in water nets targeting anchovy, species affected and catch levels, and conservation status of population affected, or identify species vulnerable and not vulnerable, and identify data gaps and current limitations for well assessing the impacts on populations and habitat and ecosystem sustainability that are important information for the indicator used by the certification. Data sources we use, the period analyzed was from 2011 to 2024. We review available information from articles, reports, thesis, presentations, and other evaluation process, and own data from technical assistance during 2022 for the northern fishery and 2023 and 2024 for the southern fishery that I am with the remaining team working at present. Northern fishery anchovy discards, you see there are several years with the estimates of discard rates. It is variable. The discard rate is at the maximum of 29%. It is very variable. The gear is semi-pelagic nets with troll doors, V-shaped metal. The mesh side wings and belly 20 to 40 millimeters, mesh size at codend 10 to 50 millimeters, and the depth of sea bottom depth where this fishery operates is 50 meters, and the duration of hauls is 18 minutes. I am going to show that there are some difference with the other fishery. About mitigation for the discards of anchovy, the main reason for discards is the size below the standard. And, well, the only mitigation measure evaluated was move-on trials to move from another place. But this fishery, the northern fishery, moved distance in the order of 100 kilometers, which means that vessels move from the northern stock sometimes to the south, and maybe they are fishing on the southern stock. Okay, the successful of the move-on is like 50% of these trials. They are few, but these are the results at the moment. Bycatch of other species among primary, secondary species of fishes and commercial invertebrates includes 40 species. Mostly, the most important species in the bycatch are other pelagic fishes that mainly, most of them are also landed. About marine mammals, we have two kinds of interactions, the direct mortality and interactions that potentially mean mortality. In this table, in the table, you can see the percentage of howls with the presence of marine mammals, dolphins, or southern sea lions. For example, during towing or during lifting, during towing, 10% of the howls have marine mammals, the presence of marine mammals, and most of them are southern sea lions. Most of these interactions are related with the presence of southern sea lions. About the mortality, in the figure you can see the mortality and the catch rate. In the case of dolphins, there are two species of dolphins that they are caught, dusky dolphins and common dolphins. Dusky dolphins is very sporadic, is the gray bars, only 1 year with the presence of mortality of dusky dolphins, and both dolphins are left to the on board dead. In the case of southern sea lions, also is variable, but in some years there is a percentage of animals that are alive at the moment of lifting the net. Seabirds interaction, there are also mortality, but also interaction that could represent damage to the animals, like entanglements or strokes with the cables and the echo sounder. There are at least 6 species of seabirds that interact with this fishery. Some of them suffer mortality, and 3 of them are classified as vulnerable. Okay, moving to the southern fishery for anchovy, these are results from own projects. The duration of the hauls are a bit shorter than the northern fishery. The gear is similar, pelagic nets, V-shaped metal doors, the mesh sizes, and the sea bottom depth is 60 meters, and the duration of the hauls 54 meters. We have information about the troll depth is 40 meters, or 45 meters depending on the year. In this case, the area of operation is more concentrated than in the northern fishery. This location is like 1,000 kilometers distant from the northern harbor. And about the discards and mitigation, the discard rate is between 12 and 4% of discard, and the main reason is the size. And we did some move-on trials. They are few at the moment, but the distant move is in the order of 20 kilometers. And the effectivity was 50% in 1 year and 100% in the other year. These are some examples of the move-on trials. About the bycatch of fishes and commercial invertebrates, there are less species, in the order of 17 species, some of them vulnerable or threatened, and some of them managed, like Meluxio subsea, shrimp, and squid. Within the vulnerable or treating it are some elasmobranchs and skates. Okay, about marine mammals, again, the most important interaction is with the southern sea lions. The presence of sea lions is like 100% of the house during the towing. It's really a problem. There are sea lions all the time. And about the mortality, also there is like a half sea lion per howl of catch rate. A less value for the mortality rate, almost 40%. About seabirds interactions and bycatch, there are also several vulnerable species that are recorded as being caught or undead, and several of them show interactions like perching and flying around the operation. Well, I am in time, but the more I highlight some results and conclusions about the difference or similarities between these two fisheries. More information for the northern. Part of the fishing effort of the northern may operate on the southern. That is a problem for the certification process and the definition of the unit of evaluation. Both fisheries show unwanted catch. It is highest in the north than in the south. The only mitigation strategy currently used is to move on with some success. And within bycatches, marine mammals are protected species, not vulnerable, but protected by national or provincial legislation. And at present, some mitigation strategies were tested in the northern fishery, like the use of reflective buoys, acoustic devices, scarring lines for seabirds, and the manipulation and liberation of seabirds. And for marine mammals, experimentation effort is still insufficient to achieve conclusive results, and any mandatory measure was adopted. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. We can take one quick one if there is an urgent one. Otherwise, I invite everyone. Well, I'll take, sorry, go ahead.
Daniel Stapoulis, Germany. Jan, just short question. Maybe I missed it. What was the reason why the MSc certificate was suspended for the northern fishery?
Because they not meet the conditions. After one certification for 5 years, the certified was reassigned, and after 13 years, some conditions were not met.
Okay, but the condition was too high bycatch of mammals or birds, or what was the condition which?
Discards of anchovy,
yeah.
And they didn't show any
trial
for mitigating the discard of anchovy, and because the bycatch of marine mammals and seabirds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, and then we have the final one for today, Amanda.
The floor is yours.
Thanks. I'll try and go fast so we can get out of this room. My name is Amanda. I'm a PhD student at Aalborg University in Denmark. And I'm actually not here to talk about fishing gears per se, but more about the impact they have on the marine environment. A little bit of background. A few years ago, the Danish fishermen got competition from beam trawlers that came from other countries than Denmark, and that caused a lot of local uproar that led to a lot of blaming about beam trawl being bad and so on. And about the same time, NGOs started to talk about trawl as very bad, and they had it on the agenda to sort of ban it. In recent weeks, we also see the NGOs come out and say we need to ban trawl here, there, and all over Denmark. And why is that? I think you know it. Trawl has a lot of impacts on the marine environment, habitat destruction, benthic mortality, and they resuspend the sediment. But the story doesn't end there. We know there are local conditions you need to consider, natural disturbances, the sediment type, and the fishing gear itself. So in this specific area in Denmark, it's called Yama Bay, it's on the northwest side. We set out to investigate the local condition and how does the different types of bottom towing fishing gear impact the seabed. And just briefly, you know it, the heavier the equipment in, the more likely it is to penetrate further down the sediment, while the lighter gears, such as Danish seine or the sweeps we see on trawls, they have a tendency just to touch the surface. So Yama Bay, it's shown up there. We used a side scan sonar to get an acoustic image of the seabed. We took some sediment samples and we took some video observations as well to get a good truth about how the local condition and how the seabed looks. We did 2 very long trials where all 3 fishing gears were overlapping with each other. Then we had some that target specific otter trawl and some that target specifically beam trawl and Danish seine. And when I say targeted, that actually meant we were stalking the fishing vessels from back home. We used AIS data to see where they were, and then we made our path based on that. And then 24 hours, we towed our side scan sonar across the same area as the fishermen had been the day before. And the good thing about AIS is that we could see the non-Danish vessels as well, and if we used VMS, you know that is proprietary to the government. And then we also collected data from AIS data from 90 days before we started our sea trials, so we could look into the fishing intensity of the different types of gears. So let's dig into it. Just briefly, how does the seabed look? And it may not come to a surprise for those of you who have been in this area, but it's a lot of sand. And we have thousands of these images of just sand. Some had little ripples, some have bigger ripples, and some also have like fragments of mussels, and in some cases we could even observe fish, so that was pretty interesting. But we also noticed there was a lot of mosaic stone reefs all around sporadically, both coastally and a bit more offshore. The 2 top ones, one is a video still, and the other one is the side scan, and those were very dense, compact stone reefs. And the bottom one, you can see maybe from the side scan sonar, the signal is a bit different, and that was because the stones were settling on top of the sediment. In both cases, we noticed a lot of diversity, especially these sensitive, long-living species, such as dead man's finger. Okay, and now to the bad part, and I apologize for those of you who are fond of these fishing gears. So are there any visible tracks from fishing gears? And just briefly, so those of you not familiar with the side scan images, you have to kind of look at it in this direction. And if you take the bottom of the first column, stitch it to the top of the next, you keep doing that, you sort of have one long trial. In the middle, there's like a dark area. Ignore that, and you can stitch the 2 sides together, and then you have an overview of the seabed. And if you have very keen eyes, you can see there is actually a fishing track in this one. I will zoom in to make it a bit more obvious. It's this one. It's from an otter trawl. We have 2 parallel doors, and in the middle we have a track from the ground gear. The doors are about 1.5 meters wide and spread about 97 meters apart. And then the ground gear track is about 13 meters wide. There was also a lot of activities from the otter trawl, about 250 individual activities, and in average they were 39 days old compared to when we were out with the side scan zone. We only observed 6% of all these activity with the side scan. It was a bit different story with the beam trawl. As you may be able to see very clearly here, there's a lot of tracks going across, and they were in all the trials we had from the beam trawl. They were very easy to identify, more difficult to count, but that's another story. And if we zoom in, they're also very clear. And they are about 11 meters wide and then spaced approximately 30 meters apart. Beam trawlers were also more active. There were about 350 activities in the area, and they were also a bit newer, being averaging 18 days old. That could maybe be why we observed so many of them. About 40% of all the fishing activities that occur in those 90 days we investigated, we could see with the side scan sonar. And then the last one, the Danish seine, the one who started all of this, more or less, we didn't see any tracks. Even at the trials where we were out 24 hours after, there was no clear evidence that fishing had occurred. They were on average 30 days old, but that doesn't really matter when we couldn't even see them 24 hours after. So does that mean that Danish seine is good, beam trawl is really bad, and other trawl is sort of in between? Maybe, but we also know that there is more in, like benthic fauna at least. It's not just in the deeper layer of the sediments, it's also on the top. We also know the other effects like sediment resuspension and stuff. I can't present that today for you because we're running out of time. But we know there's other interesting things we need to look into to understand what are the impacts in this area, and especially before we start banning fishing gears, we should probably know what the state is in the local area. Just a brief thanks to all my team. They're not here, but they help, and thanks.
Very cool, Amanda.
I was fast.
You were fantastic. Then we have time for discussion. I have a quick one. If you go back one slide, one more. Oh, yeah. Okay. You split it between surface penetration and sediment penetration. Can you explain to me a bit better?
Yeah, so we looked into sort of the sweep is where we consider, as there are these like swells, that's just where they sweep. And then we have the surface penetration is what we consider to be about the top 2 centimeters of the sediment. And then sediment penetration is more than 2 centimeters deep. And we have collected samples now where we have divided the sample into 2 centimeters and 2 to 5, so we can see what kind of fauna we see in those layers to understand what is the impact of the different gears in the different layers.
Cool. Okay, yeah, we have plenty of questions.
Daniel first, anyway. No, just a comment on the approach. You used the side scan sonar. I used it some years ago, and they suggested to use in a parallel track with the gears so that you can measure the penetration.
Yeah.
Not transversal, but parallel.
Yeah, we did consider that, but we were more interested in seeing if we could observe them. We also noticed afterwards that the resolution of the side scan wasn't as good as we've hoped, and it was actually difficult to measure like the depth penetration as well. But yeah.
You measure the shadow.
Yep.
Daniel, again, thank you very much for this fantastic presentation. Especially this slide, I'm wondering if for beam trawl the sediment penetration, which is the deepest one, as I understand, is high. How can the surface and the
it's also there, like the impact. Oh, you mean why it's lower?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
it's because it's relative to each other, so it's based on size. So if you consider the door spread, that was 97 meters in average, while the beam trawl is only 2 times 11. You understand it? Okay, I got one. It's the area they impact, so it's kilometers per hour. So because the trawl has a bigger spread, they impact a larger area. But we don't see the same amount of penetration with the trawls from the doors or the ground gears, so they have a smaller penetration in the lower levels.
You have a paper with the calculations on that?
Yes. This was just for a nice overview, so you didn't have to look at all the numbers and remember all of them.
Taran Hansen from Australia.
Oh, you're right there.
Is there a chance for a trial of the ground before the trawler comes along, the exact line, to understand whether it's virgin ground beforehand and to gauge the destruction in comparison.
I think it's going to be very difficult, especially in Denmark, because we have a long history of fishing activities, so a lot of the grounds are fished, and it's difficult to know if there has, when it was lastly. We do have AIS and VMS data, but you know, they are not always 100% precise. So I think it would be difficult. Probably maybe in other parts of the world it would be easier.
Hi, so this is Peter Ingberg from Sweden. How long do you think these effects will last?
We looked into that as well. When this is only how long they're visible. For the other trolls, activities that occurred more than 7 days ago, we couldn't observe. For beam troll, we saw that we could see activities that was as old as 30 days.
Okay, because that is what you can see with a side-scan sonar, but then there might be effects down in the sediment that will last longer.
Exactly. So it's not that the effect stops after 7 or 30 days. There are still impacts on the benthic community.
And this is on sandy bottoms. Are you thinking about doing them in more muddy conditions or something like that?
Hopefully in September we are going to look into both sandy and muddy sediments, and based on literature, in muddy sediments they can be prolonged.
Thanks. Great talk.
Hi, Nadine from Norway. We were just talking about this earlier, and I wondered if it came, I guess it is a bit in this case with the effect of currents and how that changes over time, and if you were able to also look at the tracks kind of over time to see how they would change on a time scale, and the effect of currents on that.
Yeah. There could definitely be an effect. It is a very lively waters we were out in with a lot of currents, wave. We could have done the same transect over and over again. That is a possibility, and then you could more easily sort of match the tracks and see how the sort of degradation rate of the tracks are. We haven't looked into it, but it could be interesting for sure.
Thank you very much, Amanda.
Perfect. All right. Well, a special thanks to our moderators and our presenters today. It's been a full day. That completes day 2. You're on your own for this evening, so find some friends, some colleagues, somebody you haven't met before. Go out to dinner and have a good time. We'll see you in the morning, but be aware we start at 8:55, so bum in seat at 8:55 to get the updates. You don't want to be late. All right. See you tomorrow.